Chapter 78, The First Day of Cohabitation. Su Jiang sat in the car, playing with the game solitaire nonchalantly. The little white cat, Fu Gue, was sleeping on the side. In the front row sat Anru's two bodyguards, Zwat and Yu, who had also stayed behind this time. Click. After saying goodbye to the family, Anro opened the car door with a flushed face and got into the car. After saying goodbye. Su Jiang turned his head and saw that Anro was sitting quietly in her seat, head down and silent. I thought she was too sad, but Su Jiang carefully leaned over to take a look. Anro was biting her lip lightly, her face full of shame and anger, staring at the ground and not daring to look at Su Jiang. Su Jiang? No, are you blushing like a bubble tea kettle? Why are you blushing when you're saying goodbye? What, are you playing with the bubble tea maker? Because he didn't know what was wrong with Anro, Su Jiang had to pass his phone over and use a shallow test of the game. Anro glanced at it and was instantly furious, stomping on Su Jiang's foot. It's time to go, and you're still playing with that game. Then I can't just sit here, can I? You. Anro pointed at Su Jiang, and at this moment she didn't know how to open her mouth, so she could only curse in Mingjie in her heart. You bastard. You should have told Su Jiang that you were going to stay with him, not me. Now what should I do? How should I tell Su Jiang that I want to stay at his place? Suddenly, Anro saw Fu Gue, who was lying down and sleeping, and quickly said, Didn't you want to take Fugu back home to live? Right, didn't you say you didn't want to? Su Jiang asked curiously. I think it's fine for Fook to go home, but I'm going to live with you too, so you won't bully Fook. Su Jiang? Left and right. Su Jiang widened her eyes and looked at Anro in disbelief. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You live at my house? And Mingjie must kill me? Azuo and Io sat in front of them, looked at each other, and secretly gave Anru a thumbs up. She's still our little miss. She took the initiative and this time she even directly asked to live together. No, I don't think it's appropriate. Su Jiang waved his hands repeatedly and quickly refused. I don't want you to think that. Anro snorted and said, It's settled. I'll go move my things to your place today. No, it's really not appropriate. Before Su Jiang could finish his sentence, Anro had already placed her foot on Su Jiang's foot and looked at him with a fierce expression. What do you want to say? I want to say, do you still play with Xiao Xiaolo? No. Oh. Su Jiang reluctantly took back his phone and didn't say anything else. Forget it, just live with it. Can I still suffer? He now guessed that it was probably Mingjie who had told Anro to do it. Otherwise, with her shy personality, how could she say such a thing? However, by doing this, Mingjie was saying that he wasn't sure he could come back. Olden, don't do it. Su Jiang prayed in his heart, hoping that Mingjie would be able to pull himself together. Soon, the two returned to the family and moved things non-stop. No, my house is so small, you can't fit all your stuff in it. Su Jiang looked at Anro stuffing bags into the car and frowned. If this pile of stuff is put in, the space utilization rate of his home will instantly explode. Upon hearing this, Anro also scratched her head in distress. She wanted to take all of these things with her. First, take the things you need, and leave the rest here. It's not far away, so you can come back and get them later. Su Jiang suggested. So, Anro began to get rid of unnecessary things. This one is not necessary, this one is. Why are you taking such a big yellow rat with you? This is the Pikachu you helped me win. What yellow rat? Anru hugged Pikachu and said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Su Jiang's face was full of black lines. After a long struggle, Anru finally reduced the luggage to a level that Su Jiang could accept. Of course, Anru insisted on bringing the big yellow rat, and Su Jiang had no choice. So, Zwa and you drove into the community where Su Jiang lived and helped Anro carry all her luggage into Su Jiang's home. Brother Su, I'm leaving the young lady in your care. We have been with Miss Su for so long, please take good care of her safety. Before leaving, the two bodyguards held Su Jiang's hand and said these words with tears in their eyes. I don't know if they were crying because they were finally out of Anru's control and were overjoyed. They turned around and closed the door. Su Jiang and Anro looked at each other for a moment, then quickly looked away. Both were embarrassed. So, the guest room is this way, would you like to take a look? Su Jiang spoke first. Oh. Su Jiang took Enro to the guest room. Although no one was staying there, Su Jiang had always taken care to clean it, so it was very clean. Then, Enro refused Su Jiang's help, made the bed by herself, and then began to decorate the empty room. Su Jiang sat on the sofa, holding Fu Gue, holding its two little paws, swinging them around. Fu Gui's cat face was full of displeasure, but he couldn't resist, and could only be at the mercy of others. The two of them just sat on the sofa, watching Enro go in and out of the room. Su Jiang frowned, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Forget it, if I can't remember, it probably isn't important. 2 hours later, Enro was finally finished. She changed into more casual clothes and walked out of the room to find Su Jiang and Fu Gue playing poker with the cat on the sofa. Su Jiang looked solemn, took a card from the deck, turned it over, and threw it in front of Fu Gue. The King of Spades. TSK, silly cat, you're going to lose again. Su Jiang was a little smug. Meow. Not yet. Fuji looked stubborn, even though he had lost many times to Su Jiang in the past 2 hours. But it believes that it will be able to turn things around. It stretched out its paw, picked up a card from the deck, and then used both paws to flip the card over with difficulty. A square Q. It is only slightly smaller than Su Jiang's card. TSK, 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 what a pity. Silly cat, now you owe me 10 requests. Su Jiang smiled triumphantly. 10 requests. It will be much easier to order this silly cat around in the future. Meow. Again. Fu Gue was still not convinced and shouted at Su Jiang. The two were about to fight again. Bang. Bang. Ah. Meow. It hurts. Enro gave the two guys a slap directly. You two have been playing for so long, don't you know how to help me? Enro said angrily. Didn't you say you didn't need any help? Su Jiang covered his head and said. I said I wouldn't help you, so I really didn't help you? Su Jiang was speechless. He realized that Enro was just trying to beat himself up. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the sound of knocking came, and the two were taken aback. At this time, who would come to Su Jiang's house? Su Jiang stood up, opened the door with a puzzled look, and immediately heard a familiar voice that deserved a beating. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you so slow to open the door? Wang Xiang stood outside the door, holding a large bag of vegetables in his hand, and said with some resentment. Next to him, Jimeng also looked at Su Jiang with a smile on her face. Excuse me. Su Jiang froze in his tracks. He finally knew what the unimportant thing he had forgotten was. Wang Xiang said that he was going to bring Jimeng to his place to eat today. Chapter 79, Enro's Cooking Skills. Lao Su, what are you doing? Let us in. Su Jiang, who is it? Before Wang Xiang could finish his sentence, Enro came over in her slippers. However, halfway through, she stopped because she also saw Wang Xiang and Jimeng. Wang Xiang stared at Enro, then at Su Jiang, and then at Enro's slippers. Then he looked at Enro's slippers. Then looked at Su Jiang's slippers. After a long silence, Wang Xiang looked up, extended his hand, and gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Then, he turned around and left with Jimeng, as if he had made up his mind. Sorry, Lao Su, I didn't know you and Enro had reached this point. Sorry for the disturbance. Don't you fucking come back. Su Jiang was anxious and quickly went up to pull Wang Xiang back, dragging him back directly. After Wang Xiang and Jimeng had entered the door, Su Jiang quickly closed the door and looked at Wang Xiang seriously. Listen, I can explain. No need to explain, Lao Su, I understand. It's not. Enro, say something. Enro? Su Jiang saw that Wang Xiang was in a state where he would not listen to anything she said, so she had to ask Enro for help. But Enro's eyes had no light in them. She froze in place, and Jimeng reached out and waved in front of her eyes, but she didn't react. On the first day of living with Su Jiang, oh no, it wasn't even a day. It was discovered by the two people who should have been the last to find out about it. Enro now just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Half an hour later, Jimeng and Enro were whispering in the room. And Su Jiang finally explained to Wang Xiang the situation of their cohabitation. Wang Xiang sat on the sofa, his mouth twitching. You mean, Enro moved in with you because no one was home these past 2 days and she was afraid you would bully the little white cat? That's right, she just moved in today. Look, that big yellow rat just moved in from downstairs. Su Jiang pointed to the Pikachu on the sofa, which Enro had not yet had a chance to hug. Wang Xiang blinked and sighed softly. Old Su, why are you so nervous about our relationship? We're just living together. It's not a big deal. Why do you have to make up such an absurd reason to deceive me? Su Jiang opened his mouth, but then stopped. Forget it, I'm tired. Believe it or not. I don't care what you do with Enro, but I came here today mainly to tell you some good news. Wang Xiang smiled and glanced at Enro's room, then leaned over to Su Jiang's ear and whispered. Ji Meng and I have already confirmed our relationship. After saying that, he looked at Su Jiang with a smug look. But he saw that Su Jiang's face was completely calm. So, what does this have to do with you coming to my place for a free meal? How can you say that? You are my best friend. I would definitely tell you the good news in person as soon as possible. To be honest. Well, actually, last time at the hot pot restaurant, didn't Ji Meng say she was going to treat you to dinner? After that, Wang Xiang gave Su Jiang a fierce glare. Even now, Ji Meng still thinks that Su Jiang paid for the hot pot. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to come to your house for dinner. I've been coming to your house for dinner a lot anyway. But who knows, you and Enro. Before the two could finish talking, Enro's room door opened and the two girls came out holding hands like good sisters. Enro was no longer as embarrassed as before. She had already figured it out. She and Su Jiang are innocent, and she has nothing to fear. So what else is there to be afraid of? Su Jiang, Ziyang has already told you, right? Ji Meng smiled and said, today, Enro is also here, so the two of us are going to cook for you and Ziyang to let you try our cooking. Su Jiang? Wang. Ziyang? The two brothers immediately became alert, exchanged glances, and encrypted their conversation. Su Jiang, what's going on? You didn't tell me that Ji Meng was cooking. Wang Ziyang, how would I know she had this plan? I thought you were the one cooking. Su Jiang, how is Ji Meng's cooking? Is it edible? Wang Ziyang, don't get your hopes up. Where's Enro? Su Jiang, haha. At this moment, the two brothers did not hesitate, abandoning all past grudges and choosing to join forces. The sisters must be stopped from entering the kitchen. Su Jiang got up and took the lead. Well, I think, after all, this is my home, and it's not good for you to cook here. I'll do it. Enro replied directly, Su Jiang, do you not trust my cooking? Nonsense, I would be a fool to believe you. Su Jiang thought to herself, but still said, how could I not trust you? I'm just worried that you're not familiar with the kitchen utensils at home. It's okay, if it's really not working out, I'll ask you again. But if you say that again, you're not trusting me. Su Jiang sat back on the sofa and folded his arms. Brother, I've done my best. Wang Xiang glared at Su Jiang fiercely, you piece of trash. I have to do it. Wang Xiang stood up and launched a second wave of attacks. Ji Meng, I think. Sit down. Ji Meng smiled and said two words. Okay. Wang Xiang immediately shut up and sat down obediently. Su Jiang, on the side, stared at Wang Xiang with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. No, buddy? You have zero output? You've fallen in love and your status has fallen this low? On the balcony, the rich little eyes glanced at the two of them and yawned. This new human is even more cowardly than the master. So, Ji Meng and Enro closed the kitchen door and cooked inside. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang lay on the sofa, looking at the ceiling with vacant eyes, as if they were waiting for the death sentence to come. Are they really okay? Su Jiang looked into the kitchen from time to time, worried. Will they blow up my kitchen? Don't worry, Su Jiang. What if they surprise us? Don't always think the worst. Wang Xiang comforted him. As it turned out, Su Jiang had indeed worried too much. Although Enro and Ji Meng were not very good cooks, they were not so bad that they would blow up the kitchen. An hour later, the four of them sat down at the table. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang stared at the two dishes on the table and fell into an endless silence. Because Enro and Ji Meng had limited abilities, they realized halfway through that they had overestimated their abilities, so in the end they each only made one dish. These chicken wings. Su Jiang used her chopsticks to play with the chicken wings on the plate. How do you like it? And Rose's eyes were filled with excitement. This was her unique creative dish. Su Jiang's eyes twitched as she looked at the colorful chicken wings on the plate and said, I'm relatively familiar with the yellow chicken wings, but the green ones is spinach juice. I added spinach juice. And the purple one, dragon fruit. And the black one, it's burnt. How can you be so calm when it's burned? And this orange one, it's Orleans, not Su Jiang. If you don't know the others, you don't know this one either? Andrew was a little dissatisfied. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. It was mainly because it was on the same plate as the other contestants. I really didn't expect it to be so normal. Andrew clapped her hands and looked at Su Jiang expectantly, saying, What do you think? My chicken wings are creative, right? Well, it's creative, but it's killing me. Su Jiang's heart was as dead as ashes. Chapter 80, Love to Eat or Not? Barbecue Restaurant. I thought Enro was already pretty outrageous, but I didn't expect Ji Meng to be just as bad. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang looked at the bowl of black stuff in front of Ji Meng and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Ji Meng, what did you make? Prince Yang asked sheepishly. Salt-baked eggs. Ji Meng said sheepishly, there was an accident when I was making it. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. How big an accident could it be to make the egg like this? It's like this. Ji Meng blushed and explained, I saw online that to make salt-baked eggs, you first spread salt on the bottom, then put in the peppercorns and spices, and then bury the eggs. Get to the point. The egg exploded. Ji Meng lowered her head and was embarrassed to look at the two of them. She had clearly wanted to show off her skills, but had overestimated herself. Even Enro's colorful chicken wings were much better than her own, and at least they were edible. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang both covered their foreheads and sighed. If they had known, they would have stopped it. Why don't we go out to eat? Su Jiang suggested. Yes, I suddenly remembered that my uncle recently opened a new barbecue restaurant. Why don't I take you there? Wang Xiang quickly agreed. If he really ate the food made by the two sisters, he felt that diarrhea would be the least serious result. Enro and Ji Meng did not insist, after hearing this. After all, they now knew their own weight. However, Enro insisted on letting Su Jiang try her chicken wings. Su Jiang had no choice but to choose the safest-looking Orleans flavor. How does it taste? All Su Jiang could say was that he was glad he had chosen the Orleans flavor. The other dishes were unthinkable. However, adhering to the fine tradition of not wasting food, Su Jiang did not throw away the two dishes, but Jia, Fook, tonight I'll give you a special treat. Su Jiang smiled slyly and approached Fu Gui with 2 plates of dark food. Meow. What are you doing? Fu Gui instantly flinched, his face full of fear, his short legs constantly moving backwards, but when he reached the balcony, there was nowhere to go. Fong, you have to think carefully. This is a dish made by Enro. If you don't like it, Enro will be very sad. Su Jiang's voice was like the whisper of a demon. Besides, you just lost me 10 requests. I believe our little Fugu is a cat who keeps her word, right? Seeing the look of despair on Fugu's face, Su Jiang felt a sense of satisfaction. You ungrateful little cat. I've written down everything you've done in my little notebook. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Fenggu looked at the 2 plates of dark food in front of him, and his cat face was full of confusion. Eat or not eat? This is a question worth pondering. Before leaving, Su Jiang did not forget to whisper to Fu Gui. Remember to eat your dinner clean and be an honest little cat. Click. The door closes and the house is left with a sad kitten. Meow. I was wrong. Fuji is now filled with regret, but it is not regret for being ungrateful to Su Jiang. It was just that he shouldn't have looked at the queue of diamonds when he was playing poker with Su Jiang. If he had flipped over something else, he might have won. The cat gambler gambles away everything in the end. Yes, uncle, I'll bring some friends to your store later. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. What? You're in the store? That's great, I'll bring Ji Meng to meet you. Okay, we'll see you later. On the ride in the car, Prince Yang was sitting in the passenger seat, talking on the phone with his uncle. Su Jiang and the other two were sitting in the back seat. Jimeng heard that she was going to meet Wang Xiang's uncle later, and she was a little nervous, pinching the corner of her shirt. Wang Xiang happened to turn his head. Meng, don't be nervous. My uncle is quite gentle. It's just a simple meeting. Jimeng replied in a low voice, still looking a little nervous. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and his eyes flickered, as if he had seen through something. Is Prince Yang planning to take Jimeng to meet his parents? If that's the case, then Wang Xiang's move is truly terrifying. After a while, everyone got off the bus in front of the barbecue restaurant. Do you like the barbecue restaurant? Su Jiang's eyes twitched, and he looked up at the name of the barbecue restaurant. What do you think of the name I chose? It's pretty catchy, isn't it? Wang Xiang said excitedly. Su Jiang and the other two looked down and remained silent. Your uncle didn't kill you, you really have a good temper. Before Wang Xiang could say anything, a figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant and walked towards them. Uncle! Wang Xiang waved excitedly. Su Jiang and Enro were stunned. The man whom Wang Xiang called uncle was someone they knew, and even, they couldn't believe it. Wang Xuelin. The person who appeared at Fongting restaurant that day, the representative of the Wang family of the Grey clan. He is actually Prince Yang's uncle? Su Jiang and Enro both turned their heads to look at Wang Xiang, their movements surprisingly synchronized. You little brat. You said you were just an ordinary guy, but now you have a background? Wang Xuelin smiled, and when he saw Su Jiang and Enro, he was also stunned. What the hell? He didn't know Su Jiang, but he knew Enro. How did Wang Xiang get together with the Yin family? Uncle, this is Jimeng, my girlfriend. Wang Xiang excitedly took Jimeng's hand and introduced her to Wang Xuelin. And this is my brother, Su Jiang, and the one next to him is Enro. Then he turned around and introduced them to Su Jiang. This is my uncle. Uncle, hello. Jimeng greeted him with a slightly trembling voice, and it was clear that she was still a little nervous. Wang Xuelin quickly reacted, hello, Jimeng, you're really pretty, it's a pity to match our little Yang. Uncle, what are you talking about? Wang Xiang was dissatisfied. What do you mean it's a pity to match him? I'm pretty handsome, too, right? Come on, don't just stand there at the door. Let's go inside and chat. Wang Xuelin smiled and beckoned everyone to come in, just like an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner, completely different from the imposing manner he had displayed at the Fongting restaurant the other day. During this time, Wang Xuelin subtly shook his head at Su Jiang and Enro, indicating that they should not say anything. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. What is Wang Xuelin trying to hide? So, during the time when everyone was ordering food, Su Jiang found an excuse to meet with Wang Xuelin in a corner. Wang Xuelin saw that it was Su Jiang, and his brows slightly furrowed. He had not investigated Su Jiang, so he did not know what kind of relationship Su Jiang had with the Yin family. But judging from the situation between Wang Xiang and Su Jiang, it seems that the two of them are very close. Uncle Wang, long time no see? Su Jiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelin stared at Su Jiang and sighed lightly. Prince Yang doesn't know anything about the Wang family. Sure enough. Su Jiang's eyes lit up. He guessed correctly. Chapter 81, A Disgusting Brotherhood. Zi Yang's parents passed away when he was very young, so I have been raising him all along. For some reason, the Wang family was a bit dissatisfied with him, so I never let him get in touch with the family. When he grew up, I sent him to Jiangdu to go to school. He has always thought that I am the only family member he has, and he has no idea that the Wang family exists. Wang Xuelin smoked a cigarette and told Su Jiang about Wang Xiang. Su Jiang listened with a frown. He knew all about Prince Yang's parents, and Prince Yang had told him before. The point is, you're telling a story while smoking a cigarette? Where's my cigarette? Don't you know to give me one too? Su Jiang was indignant, but then thought better of it. If Enro catches him and finds him smoking with an old man in a corner, she might get angry again. In other words, Prince Yang doesn't know anything about the affairs of the big family? That's right. Wang Xuelin nodded. That's why I hope that you and family will not involve him. It's fine for you to interact normally, but I don't want him to get into danger. Do you understand? Su Jiang blinked. Why are you telling me this?
I'm not a member of the Yin family. You should talk to An Mingjie.
Oh, I forgot.
And Mingjie is probably eating compressed biscuits in some corner of the island right now. Don't worry, uncle.
With my relationship with Wang Xiang, I guarantee that he will be able to live a normal and ordinary life. Su Jiang promised with a chest thumping, and also gave Wang Shualin a very bright smile. Wang Shualin was about to nod, but Su Jiang changed the subject.
But
Su Jiang showed his big white teeth. After all, Wang Xiang is my good friend, and I feel guilty for keeping him in the dark like this.
Wang Shualin frowned. So, can we get a free meal when we come to eat barbecue at your place in the future? That's it? Wang Shualin didn't react for a moment. I thought you were going to blackmail me and ask for this and that. In the end, you just want to eat barbecue? Can you be a little more ambitious?
Wang Shualin now regretted it a little. He felt that Prince Yang, and even himself, getting involved with this person named Su Jiang in front of him was not a good thing.
Fine, from now on, whenever you bring someone here, the bill is on me. What a generous uncle.
Su Jiang clapped his hands and called him big brother more affectionately than Wang Xiang.
Old Su, what are you doing here? Wang Xiang poked his head in.
He had been looking for Su Jiang for a long time. He found that Su Jiang was actually in this small corner with his uncle, quietly doing something he didn't know. He looked at the two of them with a suspicious look.
Wang Shualin frowned. Did Wang Xiang already suspect something? What should I do?
Su Jiang gave Wang Shualin a reassuring look, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in Wang Xiang's ear.
I'm here to speak well of you to Ji Meng. Why are you interrupting? I'm just praising you here. Our uncle is very impressed with Ji Meng now. Remember to invite me to dinner later. After that, Su Jiang patted Prince Yang on the shoulder and gave him a look. Good brother, in my heart.
Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang immediately realized that he had misunderstood Su Jiang and felt guilty. Unexpectedly, although Su Jiang didn't seem like a person. But at critical moments, he still thinks of his brothers. He nodded and whispered, Don't worry, Lao Su, I'll remember this favor. When I marry Meng Meng, you must sit at the head table.
Well, you'll know the truth then. Just don't kick me out of your wedding hall.
Su Jiang thought to himself. The two of them said hello to Wang Shualin and returned to their seats. Su Jiang leaned over to An Rose's ear and whispered the conversation he had with Wang Shualin.
That's it. So we don't have to pay for our meals here anymore. At the end of the conversation, An Ro couldn't help but give Su Jiang a look. Is that the point?
Also, you remember for me that Wang Xiang owes me a meal, and will sit at the head table at the wedding.
Why don't you remember it yourself? Judging from your memory of holding a grudge, your memory should be better than mine. TSK. Su Jiang was trampled.
Thanks to Wang Xiang, everyone had a great time at the barbecue.
Wang Shualin brought them the best meat from the barbecue restaurant.
At the same time, he expressed his heartfelt joy and blessings for the love between Prince Yang and Ji Meng.
This naturally made Wang Xiang and Ji Meng very happy.
In order to let the four of them relax, Wang Shualin ate a little together and then found an excuse to leave. Before leaving, he couldn't help but take a look at Su Jiang, who was eating and drinking like a pig, and his eyes twitched.
If Su Jiang keeps eating like this, will his barbecue restaurant still be open if he comes to his restaurant every day?
Forget it, if it really doesn't work, I'll put a sign on the door.
Su Jiang and his dog are not allowed to enter. Lao Su, are you going to Zhang Yu's class tomorrow? Prince Yang asked. What do you think? You're not going to go over the key points?
I heard that recently the school seems to have forbidden teachers from marking key points.
Is that true? What about the exam? You're afraid of nothing. We're the ones who are afraid of failing, right? Wang Xiang looked at Su Jiang with contempt. You still need to highlight the key points? You have all the important points in your head.
Wang Xiang suddenly thought of something and quickly got up, attentively offering Su Jiang a piece of beef, his face full of flattery.
Brother Su, when the time comes for the exam, can you help me?
I don't have high expectations, just pass the exam. He wanted Su Jiang to help him cheat. Su Jiang lowered his eyes and slowly ate the beef that Wang Xiang had given him, saying lightly,
Old Wang, you know, I'm not the type to do that kind of thing.
I'll buy you a new skin for Yasuo. But then again, that kind of thing is not impossible. Su Jiang changed the subject and smiled at Wang Xiang. Although he doesn't need the money for the skin, it's a different meaning. This skin is a gift from Prince Yang. This kind of happiness cannot be bought with money. Since you've brought it up, as your good brother, it would be inappropriate for me not to help you. And Ro and Jimang both bit their lower lips and looked at the two of them with contempt as they reached this deal. What a disgusting brotherhood. Later, because of this deal, Wang Xiang wanted to chop off Su Jiang's head. Everyone continued to eat, and suddenly, Su Jiang noticed that Ro was a little distracted. What's wrong? He asked in a low voice. I wonder how my brothers are doing now. And Ro was still a little worried. Don't worry, they have already landed on the island and everything is going smoothly. How do you know? Anru was puzzled. Su Jiang smiled confidently, took out his phone, opened the chat message, and handed it to Enro. It was Yang Ming's chat history with him. The latest message was sent not long ago and only had 8 words. The Yin family has landed on the island and everything is going well. And the last message was, the Fong family has already set off. And Ro's mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Su Jiang in surprise. Su Jiang was beaming with pride. You didn't expect it, did you? My buddies are in the inspectorate, and they have someone. I'm their psychiatrist. However, Su Jiang didn't have time to be smug for 2 seconds before his face suddenly changed and he was sweating profusely. And Ro smiled gently at him, then quickly swiped the screen of her phone. Her slender fingers gently opened the photo album. Chapter 82, Rich and Powerful, Forever Divine. It's over. I was careless. Su Jiang's soul was in a panic. He swore that he had never been so scared. Anyone can look at his photo album, but Enro, absolutely not. It's going to kill her. He thought that Enro had already forgotten, or had given up on the idea of looking at Su Jiang's phone album. Unexpectedly, the girl had been holding back until now. Su Jiang probably forgot that he had just said that Enro was holding a grudge. And now, Enro's fingers have touched the screen of the phone. The album is like a Pandora's box, about to be opened. Enro is like a little devil at the moment, with an evil smile on her face as she looks at the phone. Su Jiang seemed to see the pair of small black ears poking out of Enro's head again. He reached out to grab the phone, but it was too late. The phone automatically opened the first photo. Then, a cat's head suddenly filled the screen of the phone, and the cat's eyes were full of great confusion. Su Jiang? Anru? Why is it Fu Gue? Anru frowned and slid back a few more photos, all of which were selfies of Fu Gue. At this moment, Su Jiang's hand had already touched his own phone, and he quickly saved it from Enro's hands. Phew! Hey, Fugu is really something, taking pictures of me on my phone when I'm not around. I'll definitely have to give him a good talking to when I get back. Su Jiang muttered to himself as he quickly turned off his phone. He wanted to hug Fugu and kiss him twice. Well done, silly cat. Although I don't know why you took pictures with my phone. But, you have dried fish. You are my eternal god. Anru's hands were empty, her mouth puffed up with anger. It was hard to get such an opportunity. After this, Su Jiang's vigilance will definitely be greatly enhanced, and it will definitely be more difficult for him to look at his photo album again. You wait, you rich bastard. At this moment, Enro blamed all her grievances on Fugu. If it hadn't been so curious and secretly taken pictures of Su Jiang's phone, I would have been able to destroy those black history photos. Enro was unhappy and ate the barbecue meat with a vengeance. Meanwhile, at Su Jiang's home, Fu Gue was lying on the balcony, his face full of torment, nibbling on the chicken wings that Enro had made. Suddenly, it shuddered, feeling as if something terrible was staring at it. It looked around warily, but saw nothing unusual. Meow? Illusion? Fu Gue meowed softly, shook his head, and continued to nibble on the colorful chicken wings. He had to finish them all before Su Jiang came back. Because it is a cat that keeps its word. Lin Hui, of the Lin family, was holding a document in his hand and his face was full of uncertainty. That crazy guy, and Mingjie, has dragged the Fong family into the battlefield of the isolated island. And what happened to the inspectorate, that it actually joined forces with the Yin family? The Fong family is also acting strangely. Could it be that Mingjie has discovered something? Lin Hui muttered to himself, feeling a headache.
The situation was completely out of his control. Or, from the very beginning, he was an outsider. He put his hands on his head and fell on the sofa in pain. Even if he was smart, his mind was in a mess at the moment. What the hell went wrong? Lin Hui was helpless and furious. It seemed that since sending Wu Changren out, things had gone from bad to worse. Fong Qingye doubted himself, the sudden intervention of the inspectorate, and in Mingjie's decisive declaration of war. Everything has changed too quickly. Although plans cannot keep up with changes, they cannot change like this. Lin Hui was somewhat helpless, but now that things had come to this, he had to change his original plan. He was speechless at the thought. This is the 5th time he has changed his plan, and he wonders if something will happen tomorrow and he will have to change his plan again. Hey, let's think this through. Lin Hui sighed, closed his eyes, and sorted out his thoughts in his mind. The Fong and families are already on the battlefield of the island. The people of the Inspectorate Bureau are also short-handed because they have to carry out their supervisory duties. The Wang family has no current movements and is probably also waiting to see what happens. So the only person I can move at the moment is Ro. As soon as he thought of this, he opened his eyes and frowned. Should I move Ro? Lin Hui hesitated. He wanted to move, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that Mingjie had set a trap for Ro, and even though Mingjie was on the battlefield of the isolated island, he still dared not. Because he had been fooled once before, it was still fresh in his mind, so he was a little hesitant. I can't move doesn't mean that others can't move. Moreover, this person cannot be from the Lin family, or even be related to the Lin family. Wu Changren must have been defeated. Who else in Jiangdu can be used now? He tapped the table lightly, thinking over and over again. Suddenly, Lin Hui's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He shouted out the door. Wu Yang! Yes. The man with the hood walked in. He was Lin Hui's right-hand man, Wu Yang. Fong Haoshuan was taken to the Bureau of Supervision, right? Yes, he is being held inside. Can you rescue him with a few men? Wu Yang was silent on hearing this. After a long pause, he said, 10 people. I'll bring him out. Lin Hui nodded and waved his hand lightly. Go, and do it cleanly. Yes. Wu Yang silently walked out of the room to gather men to rescue Fong Haoshuan. He didn't ask Lin Hui why he wanted to save Fong Haoshuan. He only knew that all of Lin Hui's orders were for the Lin family. The Lin family, after being abandoned by that person. Over the years, Lin Hui has single-handedly brought the Lin family to this point. They would believe in Lin Hui's words without hesitation. After Wu Yang left, Lin Hui pinched his eyebrows and his eyes showed a hint of fatigue. Fong Haoshuan. Lin Hui smiled at himself, never expecting that one day he would send someone to rescue such a useless person. But, it's good to be a waste. Waste is the easiest to control. With Fong Haoshuan's relationship with the Yin family, as long as he rescues him and then lures him, this idiot will definitely not let go of the opportunity to take down Ro. Even if Mingjie wins the Fong family, it will be a miserable victory. And by then, if Ro falls into his hands, Mingjie and the Yin family will definitely not be his match. The Fong and Yin families can be eliminated without any effort. Then the Lin family's path to becoming the leading family will be unimpeded. Ha, this plan is foolproof. Lin Hui smiled confidently and extended his hand to shake hands. It was as if everything had returned to his control. Chapter 83, God of Wealth? That can be trusted. Love to eat or not, the barbecue restaurant. Su Jiang was almost full. The other 3 had already finished eating. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched. He felt that Su Jiang's appetite had increased again. Can Ro afford to feed him like this? Ro covered her face with her hands and turned her head to the side, ashamed to be seen with Su Jiang. Wang Xuelin was already thinking about writing a sign. In the end, the group waited until Su Jiang had finished eating before leaving the barbecue restaurant. Uncle, we're leaving first. Okay, remember to come again next time. Except for Su Jiang, Wang Xuelin said with a smile. Wang Xiang and the others stood at the door, waving goodbye to Wang Xuelin. Su Jiang and Wang Xuelin exchanged a glance, and both nodded imperceptibly. Wang Xuelin nodded to mean, remember your promise, don't let Wang Xiang get involved. Su Jiang nodded, meaning, the taste is very good, I will come again.
Obviously, both sides misunderstood each other, but it didn't affect their telepathic nods.
After walking for a while, the four of them parted ways, each going their own way. After all, a world of 4 people is too crowded. Okay, let's take a taxi home. Su Jiang took out his phone and was about to call a taxi.
And Ro looked at the sky, and seeing that it was still light, she said,
Su Jiang, let's go climb Jiangdu Hongshan.
Ha? Su Jiang's mouth twitched.
Do you know how high Hongshan is? Can you climb it?
And Ro's mouth fell, but I heard that there is a marriage tree on the top of Hongshan Mountain.
So?
I want to go to pray for my brother's safety.
That's the tree of marriage. Then help him find a marriage partner. He's single anyway. Su Jiang looked at Enro with some doubt. Are you sure you can climb?
Of course, I got a perfect score on my physical fitness test,
Enro said confidently.
So Su Jiang had no choice but to change the destination of the taxi to the foot of Hongshan Mountain.
In less than an hour.
At the foot of Hongshan Mountain, it was crowded with people. Su Jiang and Enro stood quietly in the same place, looking ahead with blank expressions on their faces. In front of them, 2 familiar figures stood.
Hey, what a coincidence! You're here to climb the mountain too?
Wang Xiang scratched his head, and Ji Meng stood next to him, also a bit surprised. They had decided to climb Hongshan Mountain on a whim, but they didn't expect Su Jiang and Enro to be there as well.
Su Jiang stared at Wang Xiang with dead fish eyes. What are you doing here?
Of course, we came to climb the mountain.
Not the tree of marriage?
Dig a groove.
How did you know?
Wang Xiang looked at Ji Meng and whispered in Su Jiang's ear, Ji Meng wants to make a wish and take a photo at the marriage tree.
Su Jiang nodded. Well, they're all here for the broken marriage tree.
I really don't understand why these superstitious things attract so many people.
Su Jiang said helplessly. Who doesn't believe in these gods and Buddhas these days? Prince Yang agreed.
So the 4 of them began a long climb.
The first fifth of the journey was relatively easy for the group. The first to give up was Ji Meng.
When they had climbed a third of the way, Wang Xiang had to help Ji Meng, and their pace gradually slowed. And Ro was also sweating profusely at this moment, taking a breath from time to time, thinking that her physical strength was almost at its limit. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and whispered in Enro's ear, I heard that you have to climb this mountain step by step, otherwise your wish won't come true.
Enro let out a breath and gave him a look. Who told you that? I just talked to the old man who was going down the mountain. I can't go on anymore. Su Jiang, carry me on your back. TSK, aren't you going to help your brother find a wife? Whatever, he's single, so be it. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for In Mingjie. So, this is the position you hold in your sister's heart?
With a gentle smile, Su Jiang squatted down in front of Enro, who leaned forward slightly and lay softly on Su Jiang's back.
Su Jiang, go.
Enro was suddenly not tired anymore, and happily pointed to the front.
What the hell, there are so many people here. What if we bump into someone?
Su Jiang scolded her with a smile, and dragged Enro's legs with both hands, walking step by step towards the top of the mountain. Seeing Su Jiang carrying Enro on his back without a change in expression or even a breath, the people around him all gave him a thumbs up, sighing that he was a young man with a good body.
Wang Xiang, seeing this from behind, also gritted his teeth. With his physical fitness, how could he possibly lose to Su Jiang? He immediately squatted down and said in a domineering tone, Meng Meng, come up, I'll carry you. Ji Meng didn't hesitate to get on his back.
Wang Xiang let out a breath, exerted his legs, got up, and his face changed.
Oh no! I was too confident.
His legs trembled slightly, but as a man, he had to carry Ji Meng to the top of the mountain even if he had to grit his teeth.
Ziyang, are you okay? Ji Meng looked at Ziyang, who was sweating profusely, and said with some concern, why don't I just come down and walk? No. No need.
Prince Yang spoke up, insisting, don't worry, Meng Meng, I exercise regularly, this little bit of walking is a piece of cake for me.
Su Jiang's ears twitched and he heard Prince Yang's words. He silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're tough. I'll see how long you can hold out.
However, what Su Jiang did not expect was that Wang Xiang actually clenched his teeth and climbed to the top of the mountain carrying Ji Meng. In the temple at the top of Hongshan Mountain, Wang Xiang sat on a chair, panting and shaking his legs like a butterfly flapping its wings. Su Jiang stood by his side, his mouth making a sound of disapproval. Is the power of love really that great? Su Jiang sighed. Wang Xiang gave him a look, and he was too tired to talk now. Su Jiang sat down next to Wang Xiang and looked at the big tree not far away. Under the tree of marriage, Enro and Ji Meng were both holding a piece of red paper in their hands, writing something on it. They also took out their phones and kept taking photos. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang shook their heads slightly, and sneered at this superstitious behavior. They are both pure atheists. Mom, there's a temple of the god of wealth over there. A child's voice came from behind, and Su Jiang and Wang Xiang both turned their heads and stood up at the same time, looking at each other. God of wealth? That can be believed. Wang Xiang also didn't care about his weak legs at the moment, and followed Su Jiang's pace, walking towards the temple of the god of wealth without looking back. Under the tree of marriage, Enro was writing her wish on a piece of paper with a serious look on her face. Hey, Anru, did you buy 2 pieces of paper for making wishes? Ji Meng realized that Enro had written 2 pieces of paper. Enro nodded lightly and blushed, saying, because I have a lot of wishes. Ji Meng smiled and didn't pursue the matter. Anru smiled and, after finishing writing, found an empty branch and hung both pieces of paper on it. One was for the safe return of An Mingjie and the others. The other one was for Su Jiang. She didn't care if the tree was only for marriage, she just wanted both of her wishes to come true. After the 2 girls had hung the paper, they took a few pictures together, checked in, and then went to find Su Jiang and Wang Xiang. Strange, where did they go? Ji Meng scratched her head. How could 2 people disappear in the blink of an eye? Sister Ji Meng, there are so many people over there. Should we go take a look? Enro pointed at the crowd gathered in front of the temple of the god of wealth, her eyes full of curiosity. As for Su Jiang and Wang Xiang? 2 big, living people can't be abducted, can they? Immediately, the 2 of them walked towards the temple of the god of wealth. Pushing through the crowd, Enro and Ji Meng saw the 2 figures in the center, who were extremely pious, and their steps stopped. The 2 people in the center of the crowd were none other than Su Jiang and Wang Xiang. Just as they were wondering what they were doing, the movements of Su Jiang and Wang Xiang made them want to turn around and leave. Enro was even more embarrassed, feeling extremely ashamed. You bastard Su Jiang, you're not superstitious. Chapter 84, This is a True Believer. Devout, 2. Devout. It's unbelievable. How poor do you have to be to have such a desire for money? Look at the way they look at each other. Their eyes are so pure, and they have no other thoughts in their hearts, only the god of wealth. Believers, these are true believers. In front of the statue of the god of wealth, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang kneel on the floor on either side of the statue. They clasped their hands together, raised them above their heads, bowed deeply, and then looked up. Enro and Ji Meng thought that was the end of it. But they didn't expect Su Jiang and Wang Xiang to remain kneeling in the same spot and speak up one after the other. O almighty god of wealth, Su Jiang said. Please grant us endless wealth. Prince Yang said. You are the 2 most pious believers. Su Jiang said. Here, we offer you everything we have. Wang Xiang said. If you can also hear the call from the depths of our hearts. Su Jiang said. Then please, give us a response, let us know that you are with us. Prince Yang said. Amen. Su Jiang said. Amit Ba. Prince Yang said. Then they clasped their hands together again, raised them above their heads, and bowed deeply once more. It was as if they were performing some kind of cult ritual. The whole audience was silent. The few people who had just praised them also closed their mouths tightly, not knowing what to say. They felt like they could criticize everything. But they also felt that every word of criticism was a waste of breath. In this silent atmosphere, Enro and Ji Meng buried their heads in shame. The 2 of them clenched their fists tightly, wishing they could go up and grab Su Jiang and Jiang Ji and beat them up. Finally, the ceremony for the 2 of them was over. They stood up, looked back 3 times, and reluctantly walked out of the hall of the god of wealth. Old Su, do you think this is really going to work? Trust me, it will work. No one is more pious than us. If the god of wealth really had money, he would definitely think of us first. Then I'm relieved. Hey, where are Meng Meng and the others? The two looked around and finally saw the figures of Enro and Ji Meng not far away. They walked towards them. Strangely, when Enro and Ji Meng saw the two of them coming, they looked like they had seen a ghost and kept running away, covering their faces. Who are these two? I don't know them. They have nothing to do with them. They came here alone. It's so embarrassing. Strange, why are they running? Su Jiang asked in puzzlement. I don't know. Could it be that they made a shy wish and are afraid to face us? Wang Xiang guessed boldly. It's possible. After all, girls are shy. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. On the way down the mountain, no matter how much Su Jiang and her friend talked, Enro and Ji Meng just ignored them. They even kept their distance. This made the two of them very confused. So, they walked all the way to the foot of the mountain, and the two girls were finally willing to talk to the two of them when they saw that there weren't many people around. You two, aren't you against superstition? Enro said angrily. Except for the god of wealth. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang replied as a matter of course. You. Enro pointed at Su Jiang, opened her mouth for a long time, and finally snorted and gave up. Don't be angry, it's not worth it. Ji Meng also smiled wryly. She didn't expect that Wang Xiang and Su Jiang would become so outrageous together. In the end, they also said goodbye to each other. It was already late at night, and they should really go home. When Su Jiang and Enro got into the car, Wang Xiang still gave Su Jiang a raised eyebrow, quietly gave her a thumbs up, and was full of envy. Look at Su Jiang and Enro, they've already started living together. When will I be able to make progress to that step? Su Jiang gave him a middle finger in return, expressionless. When the two of them got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. When they entered the house and turned on the lights, Su Jiang saw a small white cat named Fuchi on the balcony, lying on its back and barely breathing. Su Jiang quickly ran over and picked up Fugu. Fugu's eyes moved, looking at Su Jiang, and he stretched out his little paw, pointing at the empty plate on the table and whimpering softly. Meow. I'm done eating. Meow, meow. There are only 9 requests left. Su Jiang was suddenly moved, silly cat. You really are, I'm going to cry. You obviously saved me. If it weren't for you, Enro would have seen the photos in my phone album. And I actually forced you to eat that poisonous food. I'm really not a human being. Su Jiang felt extremely guilty. Su Jiang, what happened to Fugue? Enro asked, while struggling to change her slippers. She was wearing boots today, which were a bit difficult to take off. Su Jiang blinked and said without turning around, nothing, Fugu is asleep. Humph. It's lucky it fell asleep. I was going to get even with it. Enro still remembered that if it weren't for Fugu, she would have been able to see Su Jiang's phone album. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, how about I wake it up for you? While Enro is still angry, let her vent it on the stupid cat. Otherwise, it might vent its anger on me later. What, you're asking me about my guilt? Don't be silly. How much is that thing worth? Anyway, the stupid cat won't die. Su Jiangji will remember this favor. As for when it will be paid back, it's hard to say. When Enro heard Su Jiang say this, she stood there, tilting her head and thinking for a while. Forget it, let it go this time. Enro gave up. It was just a kitten. What could it understand? It was an unintentional act, so it can be forgiven. That's great. You're lucky to have survived, Fugue. Su Jiang said to Fugue with a sense of relief. Fugue opened his eyes with difficulty and waved his little claws, trying to hit Su Jiang. Su Jiang held the paw and whispered, Fugue, you rest well. I will definitely speak well of you. After saying that, he threw Fugue into the cat's nest and let it sleep peacefully. Phew! Su Jiang let out a long breath, crossed his hands and pinched the hem of his shirt, as he was used to doing when he was about to take off his shirt. Suddenly, he froze. He had forgotten that he no longer lived alone. Now that he lives under the same roof as Enro, he can no longer act as recklessly as he used to at home. Enro saw this and blinked her eyes, whispering, Are you going to take a bath? Why don't you go first? Su Jiang said, There's shower gel and everything in the bathroom. Enro nodded and walked into the room in silence. The mountain climbing had made her sweat a lot, and she couldn't stand it anymore. A moment later, she was holding some toiletries, her eyes flashing and her pace hurried. When she reached the bathroom door, she turned back to Su Jiang and said, "Well, I'll wash first."
You wait a moment.
After that, she quickly slipped into the bathroom and closed the door.
Jiang didn't even see her.
Sitting on the sofa, she shook her head slightly.
Su Jiang was idle, so he took out his phone and played a game of Candy Crush. He still hadn't cleared the level in the afternoon.
Under the cover of night, the city of Jiangdu was quiet.
Inspectorate, basement. This is where the Bureau of Investigation holds its prisoners. Anyone arrested by the Bureau of Investigation is held here. Since most of the Bureau's forces are now deployed to monitor the isolated battlefield.
Therefore, only a small number of people are left to guard these prisoners. But at this moment, the door to the basement, which should be closed, is opened. The two agents on duty are now lying in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. Wu Yang stood at the door of the room where Fong Haoshuan was being held, with 10 Lin family members, his face looking extremely ugly. He took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Hui's number. After the call was connected, he slowly spoke.
"Boss, Fong Haoshuan is not in the Bureau of Supervision. We were too late.
Someone got to Fong Haoshuan before we did, and..." Wu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the several Lin family badges on the ground, saying in a low voice. "They also killed the people from the inspectorate and left our family's insignia.
We have been fooled." Chapter 85, Su Jiang's Animalistic Nature? Half an hour has passed. Su Jiang's game is still not cleared. But that's not the point.
Fugui had already recovered, but Anru had not finished washing yet.
Is something wrong? Su Jiang glanced at the bathroom. At this time, the frog must be almost cooked in the warm water. He got up carefully and walked to the bathroom door.
I don't have any other thoughts, I'm just worried about her. With this thought in mind, Su Jiang reached out and knocked on the bathroom door.
Ah!
And Ro was obviously startled by the knock on the door and said in a pouty tone.
Su Jiang, what's wrong with you, knocking on the door like that?
Well, I was worried that something might happen to you because you were taking so long in the shower.
What do you mean by accident? Don't you know that girls need time to take a shower? How would I know? Su Jiang touched his nose. He hadn't had much contact with girls before.
He returned to the sofa in a huff, his eyes full of concern. With this kind of washing, the water and electricity bills will go up again next month. He is not rich, and this is even more of a burden. No, I'll keep track of the expenses and ask Mingjie to reimburse me later. Su Jiang thought to himself, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and started writing.
Since he is keeping in row here, it is only fair that I ask him for some money, right? The water and electricity bill, let's say 2,000 yuan. Su Jiang quickly wrote on the paper. After all, and Mingjie has no evidence, so he has to pay whatever he says.
If he doesn't pay, I won't give her back.
Keep in row here.
At the thought of this, Su Jiang's mouth curled up in a mad grin. This would be a great way to screw in Mingjie.
Anru's bed fee.
Anru's living expenses.
Anru's breathing fee.
At the end, in the total line, Su Jiang directly gave a sky-high price of 100,000 yuan. He silently planned in his heart to find an opportunity to get Anru to put her thumbprint on it.
What could Mingjie say then?
The bathroom door slowly opened and Anru's figure appeared at the door. Her wet hair clung to her cheeks and neck, and water droplets dripped down onto the floor. Anru had already changed into a set of pink pajamas, and her face still had a hint of a flush that hadn't faded. Su Jiang was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, quickly hiding the expense sheet he had just written behind his back.
Su Jiang, I'm done. What about you?
Anru's words stopped abruptly, her eyes confused, glancing behind Su Jiang.
What are you hiding? She walked up quickly. Nothing, I was just drawing. Su Jiang stood up and kept backing away. Really?
Anru pressed her, looking doubtful.
Then show me.
Su Jiang's behavior definitely indicated that she was up to no good. And the content on the paper must be about herself.
Anru had experience with this.
Su Jiang was cornered by Anru, and the two were so close together that their breaths mingled. With her nose slightly raised, Su Jiang could already smell the faint fragrance of shampoo. Tisk, it's still a certain soft shampoo. I'm not worthy of it. But that's not the point. Su Jiang squeezed a smile at the corner of his mouth. And Rose sensed that Su Jiang was going to escape, and decisively reached out and grabbed Su Jiang's arm. And Rose pressed herself up against him and said with big eyes, "If it's just a drawing, then what can't I see?" Then, she skillfully shook Su Jiang's arm and said coquettishly, "Su Jiang, show me. What exactly is it that you are so nervous about?" "Shit. You're doing this again?" Su Jiang took a deep breath. And Rose's eyes and coquettish voice made his heart beat faster. He almost surrendered. But Su Jiang quickly recovered. This is his own home. It's fine for Enro to manipulate Jia, but in his own home, can he be manipulated in the same way and fall twice in the same place? No, absolutely not. Su Jiang suddenly exerted himself and picked Enro up in his arms. Enro was a little confused. This was not what she expected. How could the coquettish act suddenly fail? She was suddenly overwhelmed by the whole situation. Su Jiang wasn't doing any better. His arms were wrapped around Enro's back, feeling the delicate and softness of her skin, and his heart was beating faster than he wanted it to. "Su Jiang, what are you doing?" Before Enro could finish her sentence, Su Jiang took her in his arms and quickly headed towards the room. "Hey, that's my room." Enro exclaimed, "Don't you know you can't just go into a girl's bedroom?" Su Jiang didn't care about that now, and kicked open the door with his foot, then threw Enro onto the bed. Enro fell on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her hands crossed over her chest, her face flushed, and her heart racing. She cursed herself in her heart for playing too rough. And this is in Su Jiang's house. What if he loses control of himself? The more Enro thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She was already in a state of confusion when Su Jiang carried her to the bed. Could it be that he really wants to? Her face suddenly flushed, and her heart was pounding while she was also tangled. Should she refuse? Although everyone is an adult, will it be bad if it develops so quickly? They haven't even kissed yet. And Su Jiang hasn't even officially confessed to her, and they haven't even confirmed their relationship. Click. While thinking about these things, Enro heard the sound of the door closing, and she became even more nervous. She closed her eyes and said, Su Jiang, please, don't do anything rash. Can we take things slowly? I won't tease you anymore. Please let me off this time. After a long time, Enro did not hear a response from Su Jiang. She cautiously opened one eye and was stunned. There was no trace of Su Jiang in the room, and she was the only one in bed, performing a one-man show. Phew! Outside the room, Su Jiang took the note, patted her chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had survived this time and had not been manipulated by Enro. She is worthy of me. Su Jiang silently praised herself, calmed her pounding heart, and looked around. I have to find a place to hide the note. If Enro reacts, I'll be in trouble. Where should I hide it? Su Jiang looked everywhere and found that there was no particularly suitable place, and there was a risk of being discovered by Enro. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and set his sights on the luxurious cat's nest. Fu Gue was lying in the nest, sleeping soundly, when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He opened his eyes dazedly and saw Su Jiang staring at him with evil intent. Meow? What do you want now? Jia, little Fu Gue. Su Jiangyin smiled and approached Fu Gui's cat nest. You still owe me 9 requests, right? Fu Gue looked at the note in Su Jiang's hand and immediately understood what he meant. So, it sighed and reluctantly moved its body, making a small space behind it and signaling Su Jiang to put the note in. Meow. There are only 8 requests left. Okay. Su Jiang smiled and after stuffing the note in, he didn't forget to stroke Fu Gui's head. Fu Gue was expressionless, and he regretted it deeply. If he had known then, he would have continued to wander. I shouldn't have played that broken deck of cards with Su Jiang. After hiding the note, Su Jiang finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Jiang. Enro stormed out of the room, determined to settle the score with Su Jiang. Enro, calm down. Calm down, my ass. And Ro completely ignored her and pounced on Su Jiang, showing her fangs and biting directly into Su Jiang's shoulder. Ah! Chapter 86, Go or Not Go? The next morning, Su Jiang and Ro went to school together. The two walked side by side, and Su Jiang rubbed his shoulder from time to time. There was still a row of teeth marks there, covered by his clothes. Glancing at Anru beside him, Su Jiang felt a little relieved. Fortunately, Ro had bitten to the end and had forgotten about the note. It wasn't a waste of time. Buzzing. The phone vibrated. Su Jiang took it out and saw it was a message from Yang Ming. The two sides have already started fighting, and the Yin family has the advantage. TSK, and Mingjie is good. Su Jiang's eyebrows rose. It seems that I won't have to get involved. It was almost 8 o'clock when the two walked into the classroom. I don't know if it's because he hangs out with the wrong crowd, but Enrura used to arrive at the classroom early. Now she is just like Su Jiang, arriving at the classroom at the same time. Zhang Yu was on the podium, preparing for his last lesson of the semester. When he saw Su Jiang and Enro walk in together, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Since they were late, there were only seats in the first row left. Su Jiang didn't care whether it was the first row or not. He sat down and fell asleep. Zhang Yu only glanced at Su Jiang and then ignored him, as if he was used to his students sleeping in class. Sleep, who can sleep better than you? Ahem. Today is the last class. Zhang Yu cleared his throat and looked around at the crowd, saying, I know what you're thinking, but starting this year, the school has clearly stated that teachers cannot give students exam tips. The crowd groaned. But Zhang Yu changed the subject and opened the courseware on the big screen, pointing and saying, the yellow-marked chapters are not the key points. The crowd cheered. Su Jiang woke up. The classroom was filled with flashing lights, like a press conference. The third subsection of Chapter 5, I personally really like it. The title of Chapter 7 is very interesting. You can try to do it when you go back. Recently, I have found that some students still don't understand some of the knowledge points in the Lagrange mean value theorem. I suggest that you deepen your understanding in private. Zhang Yu is truly an old teacher. Every sentence is not about the main point, but every sentence is the main point. Anrua took notes while listening, and Su Jiang blinked his eyes, a little confused. Why did I wake up? I already knew that stuff from high school, didn't I? All I can say is that this is a gene that is engraved in the DNA of college students. When it comes to highlighting, they can't sleep at all. Especially when there is someone next to you who is taking notes seriously, how can you sleep? Okay, that's it for this class. Class dismissed. Zhang Yucai gave a half-hour lecture, and he got to the point cleanly, and the class ended without any procrastination. Woohoo! Everyone cheered and packed up to leave. At this moment, going back to sleep is the happiest thing in life. Su Jiang, you stay behind. Zhang Yu said lightly. Su Jiang stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. My foot is halfway out the door, and you want me to stay? He. And Ro, with a smug look on her face, walked outside the classroom and waited for Su Jiang. Sighing, Su Jiang walked back helplessly. Mr. Zhang, what do you want me to stay behind for? Su Jiang forced a smile. What do you think? Zhang Yu said in a grumpy tone, the high school math competition is in 2 weeks. You better pay attention to it. After that, he glanced at Enro standing at the door and said with a serious tone, you must remember that it's fine to fall in love, but your academic future is equally important. With your talent in mathematics, if you work hard, you will definitely make a difference in the field of mathematics in the future. Zhang Yu kept on talking to Su Jiang, using all kinds of persuasive techniques. Su Jiang stared at the ground, thinking about whether he should take Enro out for cold noodles later. Okay, I've said all I have to say. Remember, you must take responsibility for your own life. Well, I'm definitely not going to add cilantro to the cold noodles later. Su Jiang thought to herself. After being let go by Zhang Yu, Su Jiang felt a great sense of relief. The semester's classes were finally over. Buzzing. Just as he was about to take Anru out for cold noodles, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Jiang was puzzled, took out the phone, and it was still a message from Yang Ming. The Yin family was attacked by Rose, and Li was shot. The Yin family is at a disadvantage and the situation is not optimistic. Su Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief.
Not a buddy? A few hours ago, didn't you just tell me that Anne's family was in an advantageous position? The reversal of the inner circle of fish didn't happen so quickly, did it? What's wrong?
And Rose saw Su Jiang's face was not looking good, and she leaned over to see what was on the phone.
What? Brother Li was shot?
And Rose exclaimed, covering her mouth and eyes full of worry.
If Li Kai was shot, what about In Mingjie? What about the other In family members? How much did the In family lose in this attack? Su Jiang did not hesitate and called Yang Ming directly. Hello, Yang Ming, what's the situation now? How much did the In family lose? Su Jiang, calm down and listen to me first.
Yang Ming's voice was much calmer than Su Jiang's, and he immediately told him about the situation on the battlefield. A few hours ago, the In family and the Fong family were at war. Under the command of In Mingjie, the In family was gaining the upper hand and the advantage was growing. However, he changed the subject. Bloody Rose, with Wei Tian's men, suddenly joined the battlefield. Even if In Mingjie had anticipated this step, he still underestimated Rose's strength. At the critical moment, Li helped In Mingjie to block a shot, and In Mingjie immediately ordered the In family to disperse and flee, which minimized the losses. Now, the Fong family is searching for the scattered members of the In family, eliminating them one by one.
If In Mingjie doesn't have any other ideas, the In family may. Yang Ming didn't say any more, and Su Jiang's mood also became heavy. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiang felt his hand being tightly grasped.
And Rose looked up and heard everything the two were saying.
She knew what Su Jiang wanted to do.
He had told her before that if the situation was not optimistic, he would go to the battlefield on the island. And Rose's eyes were red and she looked at
Su Jiang and said, "Don't go." She couldn't accept losing both Su Jiang and In Mingjie at the same time. She would be devastated. Su Jiang was silent and did not answer And Rose held Su Jiang's hand tightly and said again, "Don't go."
Tears rolled down her cheeks, and Su Jiang couldn't help but feel distressed.
He reached out and wiped the tears away. "Don't worry, I'll be back." "You're still here, how could I not come back?" Su Jiang patted And Rose back gently and comforted her.
However, at this moment, Yang Ming's voice came out of the phone again, leaving both of them stunned.
"Su Jiang, I don't recommend you come either.
Director Jiang just told me that Lin Hui has already started his operation and is going to take action against In Rose.
And Fong Haoshuan was also rescued from the inspectorate and has been missing since.
Therefore, if you go to the battlefield on the island now, And Rose's situation will become dangerous.
With the manpower that Anne's family has left, they simply cannot contend with Lin Hui." "Damn it!" Su Jiang frowned.
"Why did this have to happen at this time? If I had known, I would have dealt with Lin Hui at the beginning."
"Go, and Rose is in danger. If we don't leave, and Mingjie and the In family won't be able to contend with Rose."
What to choose?
Chapter 87, The Origin of the In family's family tradition. Yang Ming's words left In Rose and Su Jiang stunned.
It's not a matter of whether to leave or not. If they stay, they will still be in danger.
Su Jiang frowned. What should they do now? Should they seek the protection of the Wang family by going to Wang Xuelin?
Su Jiang shook his head.
He didn't trust the Wang family to take care of In Rose.
But he must go to the battlefield on the isolated island.
Yang Ming, can the Bureau of Investigation spare some manpower to protect In Rose? Su Jiang had an idea about the inspectorate.
No, Su Jiang.
Yang Ming refused without even thinking about it, not to mention that we don't have enough manpower. What do you think the Bureau of Supervision is? We are not under your command. We are only helping you because of Director Jiang's order.
Fuck. Su Jiang cursed in his heart, and he didn't know what to do.
Could it be that he could only pray for In Mingjie to kill him in return? Don't be ridiculous.
Although In Mingjie is brave and resourceful, he is not a god.
Forget it, I'll contact you later. After hanging up with Yang Ming, Su Jiang took a taxi and returned to the In family with In Rose.
Lin Hui didn't know when he would strike, so returning to the In family was undoubtedly the safest course of action.
Because the In family still had some manpower left. 2.5 hours later, Anne's home. Su Jiang paced back and forth in the living room, thinking of a solution.
Under the current circumstances, he could only deal with Lin Hui first, and then help In Mingjie. But how long will it take to solve Lin Hui's problem?
Can Mingxia hold out? Can the family hold out? I'm sorry.
And Rose sat on the sofa, her head bowed, her tone full of guilt. She felt so useless. She was just a burden, not only to Mingxia, but also to Su Jiang.
Now Su Jiang is in a dilemma. Su Jiang looked at Enro and thought that she must be feeling the worst right now.
After a moment of silence, Su Jiang smiled and hugged Enro into her arms, comforting her.
It's okay, I can handle it. Enro fell into Su Jiang's arms and didn't say anything, not knowing what she was thinking.
After a long time, Enro called out, Su Jiang.
Yes, I'm here. I've thought it through. What? I hate it when someone sacrifices for me. Yes, I know. I also hate it when someone gives up for me.
Enro looked up and stared at Su Jiang. So, you go do what you need to do.
Don't think about me, and don't change because of me.
Whether you go to save my brother or stay to protect me, even if you leave directly and don't care about the family,
I will support you. Su Jiang was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect Enro to say such words. Obviously, Enro had gradually changed, and was no longer the same spoiled and willful Enro as before.
Su Jiang's eyes flashed, and then he smiled and pinched Enro's face. In that case, you'll listen to me now, won't you? Yes. You won't stop me from saving your brother? No, I won't. If I leave the family and cut off all ties, you'll agree? Yes, I promise. If I ask you to be my girlfriend, will you say yes? Yes.
Ha! Enro reacted, but before she could say anything, Su Jiang's lips kissed her.
MMM.
Enro's eyes widened. The sudden kiss caught her off guard and her mind went blank. This was her first kiss. Su Jiang stroked Enro's face with one hand, and with the other hand, he wrapped her in his arms, pressing his lips against hers. Both of them closed their eyes at this moment, forgetting to think, and there was no need to think, so they just kissed each other back and forth. After a long time, the lips separated, and Enro gasped slightly, her face turning a deep red as she looked at Su Jiang with shame and anger. This bastard, he actually took advantage of the fact that I was sad and upset to do this.
Can't you pick a more appropriate time? Su Jiang's mouth curled up into a smile.
This was the best way he could think of to relieve Enro's negative emotions. He had no selfish motives at all, he was purely thinking of Enro.
You just agreed to be my girlfriend, right? I didn't.
Enro said stubbornly.
MMM. Su Jiang kissed her again. He was beginning to like the feeling. It was soft and tender, like eating jelly. Will you say yes? Su Jiang, you bastard. MMM. Do you accept?
He asked again, and Su Jiang kissed her again. Enro widened her eyes.
You bastard, Su Jiang. I haven't even answered yet.
Enro slapped Su Jiang's back hard, and finally managed to struggle out of it.
She immediately said, I promise, I promise. Promise? Then kiss me. Get out of here.
Enro was devastated. The heavy atmosphere and emotions that had been building up were all dispelled by Su Jiang's actions. Creak. Just as the two were embracing, the door was gently pushed open.
A figure walked in.
Enro was still in Su Jiang's arms at the time, and as soon as she saw that figure, her brain suddenly crashed. She widened her eyes and exclaimed,
Dad? What? Su Jiang was shocked and immediately turned around.
He saw a bearded uncle with messy hair, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking at him and Enro with a look of surprise. The man was Rongchang and Rongchan's father. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent.
Uncle, how are you? Su Jiang gritted his teeth and said hello to Xingchang. We should be polite, right? Dad. It's not what you think. Enro's face turned red.
Although she didn't know why her father had suddenly returned, the most pressing task at hand was to quickly explain her relationship with Su Jiang. However, Xingchang was faster than her, and with lightning speed, he took out his phone and pointed it at Enrong and Su Jiang. Click. After taking the photo, Xingchang immediately turned around excitedly, walked out while talking on the phone.
Hello, honey?
Holy shit, you won't believe what I just saw when I got home.
Mingjia was right. Ruru has really found a boyfriend. I definitely took a picture. Wait a minute, I'll send it to you now. Su Jiang was stunned, dumbfounded. He realized why the family's family values were so abstract. So, the upper beam is crooked, and the lower beam is crooked? Dad.
And Roro immediately became anxious and rushed out, grabbing Xingqiang by the corner of his shirt.
Don't give it to Mom. Sorry, I'm late. I've already given it to her. You.
And Rong panted, pointed her finger at Xingqiang and said, "No one is allowed to send it out except my mother."
I just sent a group message to our family.
And Xingqiang said a little embarrassed.
Huh? And Ro was shocked and quickly took out her phone to check. It was really sent to the family group. And the photo was taken just right.
The photo showed Ro and Su Jiang tightly pressed together, with a blush on her face, and the two of them looking at the camera with a dumbfounded expression.
An family group. And Xingqiang, picture. Left and right, holy cow. Su, the housekeeper, holy cow. The rest of the family, holy cow. Li Kai, damn it. It's not Li Kai. Didn't you get shot? And you were on the island, how did you get a signal? Oh, someone else sent a message on his phone, so it's fine.
And Ro looked at the messages in the group one after another, her fingers trembling with anger.
It was too late to withdraw now.
Those bastards must have saved them all. She clenched her teeth and let out a piercing scream.
You bastard, Dad. Chapter 88. Don't call me uncle, call me brother.
After 10 minutes, Xingqiang sat on the sofa, rubbing his phone with a pained expression.
It was almost broken by Ro. Opposite him, Su Jiang looked at the head of the family with curiosity. Not quite what he had imagined.
Unkempt hair, a beard that hadn't been shaved in a long time, and the whole person looked listless.
At first glance, Su Jiang thought he was a homeless person from somewhere. But just now, Xingqiang's behavior gave Su Jiang a rough idea of what kind of person he was. It's quite abstract. Oomph, what are you doing back here all of a sudden?
And Ro sat next to Su Jiang and snorted, her face very unhappy, obviously still angry.
TSK, you little brat, how can you talk to your great father like that?
And Xingqiang brushed his messy hair and said in dissatisfaction.
Before Ro could say anything, Xingqiang immediately put on a friendly smile and turned to Su Jiang. You must be Su Jiang. Mingjia told me about you. I've finally met you today.
And Xingqiang stood up and extended his hand to Su Jiang.
Hello, uncle. I'm Su Jiang. Su Jiang also quickly got up and shook hands with Xingqiang.
Then, Su Jiang realized that he couldn't let go of his hand.
Su Jiang looked up in confusion and saw in Xingqiang's excited eyes. All he could hear was Xingqiang say, "When are you going to have a baby?" "Dad, what are you talking about?"
And Rong instantly picked up the pillow and threw it at Xingqiang.
Pop.
Fortunately, Su Jiang was quick enough to dodge it, or else he would have taken the pillow for his father-in-law.
And Xingqiang was caught off guard by the pillow and fell to the sofa. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he said to Su Jiang, cough cough. Su Jiang, don't mind it. Our Ruru has this temper.
Please bear with her. This girl, since she was little, has never liked to be around boys. Her mother and I thought she was not interested in the opposite sex, and we were worried about it for a long time.
Not long ago, Mingjie told me that Ruru had found a boyfriend. We didn't believe it at first, thinking that she was dating a girl. But now that we know that she likes boys, we feel relieved.
And Xingqiang said with tears in his eyes, and people who didn't know him would think he had been wronged. Su Jiang listened with a face full of black lines, glanced at Enrong, and sure enough, she was about to explode. So Su Jiang quickly interrupted Xingqiang and changed the subject, saying,
What is it, uncle? What are you doing back here? Forget it. That little brat, and Mingjie, called me in the middle of the night the other day and asked me to bring some people back to do something big.
And Xingqiang took out a cigarette and was about to light it when Enro glared at him and he put it back in his pocket.
He continued. Before I even got back, he went straight to the battlefield on the island. What a mess. As soon as Enro heard the words isolated battlefield, she immediately stood up and said, Then you should hurry and take someone to rescue my brother. No.
And Xingqiang shook his head directly.
Why? And Rong didn't understand.
And Xingqiang took a deep breath and pointed at himself. because your great father was banned from entering the battlefield 5 years ago by all the families.
Ha?
Su Jiang and Enro looked at each other in confusion. And Xingqiang stretched, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at the ceiling, as if remembering the past.
Back then, your Uncle Chao and I.
You probably don't remember Chao, you were still young and didn't know anyone back then. Anyway, when I went to help your Uncle Chao fight, it was also on the battlefield of the island.
Then, I accidentally made a small mistake.
And Xingqiang held out his hand and gestured, indicating that it was indeed a minor mistake. Su Jiang had a bad feeling when he heard this.
After making that small mistake, then what?
Then, I blew up half of the battlefield.
And Xingqiang was a little sad, then I was banned from entering the battlefield.
What a pity!
Su Jiang's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xingqiang with admiration.
What a tough guy! How careless do you have to be to blow up half of an island?
Su Jiang was intrigued.
He even wanted to sit down on a small stool next to Xingqiang and listen to him talk about his heroic deeds. And Xingqiang felt Su Jiang's admiring gaze and was suddenly a little proud, smiling. Unfortunately, the explosion that year also affected Lao Chao, and he has never forgiven me.
He is quite vengeful. Dad. And Roru couldn't help but interrupt Xingqiang's words angrily, and glared at Su Jiang. What time is it? Are you two still chatting?
The two were startled by Enro's voice. And Xingqiang said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do if you're in a hurry.
I can't get in. What about my brother?"
"It depends on how lucky he is, but he should be fine."
"I prayed for him." "You." Enrong was furious.
She knew that her father was unreliable, but she didn't expect him to be so unreliable. Su Jiang's eyes flickered, and he quickly said to Xingqiang, "Uncle, I want to discuss something with you."
"Don't call me uncle, it's too formal."
What should I call you?"
"If you don't mind, call me Dad. It's only a matter of time."
Bang, and Ro threw another pillow at him.
"I don't know where she got so many pillows." Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and he didn't bother to call her by name.
He said directly, "It's like this, now Lin Hui is going to do something to Enro, and I plan to go to the island battlefield to help Mingxia."
"Lin Hui?"
And Xingqiang frowned and thought for a moment.
"You mean Lin Jianbai's insidious son? The one who doesn't look like a good person at first glance?"
I
think so." Su Jiang didn't know who Lin Jianbai was, but since he was described as insidious, it probably meant Lin Hui. "Is that kid itching for a fight?
Where does he get the nerve to lay a hand on my daughter?"
"Well, that's not important." Su Jiang hurriedly said, "What's important is that I want to know, can you stop Lin Hui's people?"
"Yes, do you want him dead or alive?"
"Ha?" Su Jiang was stunned and wondered if he had not made himself clear. "I asked if you could block it, but you're directly sentencing Lin Hui to death?" "But I have to say," and Xingqiang's words gave Su Jiang a lot of confidence.
Su Jiang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "In that case, I'll leave Enro in your care, and I'll go to the isolated battlefield to save Mingxia."
"That's fine, but can you stop calling me uncle and call me old?"
And Xingqiang frowned, "If you really don't want to call me dad, call me brother, it makes me look younger." Bang, and Ro's pillow hit him. But this time, and Xingqiang dodged it. And Roan clenched her fists and glared at Su Jiang, who was about to speak.
"How dare you call me that? You want to be treated like an elder? Can't tell the difference between the king and the queen?" Chapter 89, A New Use for a Dirty Club. On
the rooftop of the Yin family residence, a helicopter hovered in the center.
This is the only helicopter in the Yin family, specially for Su Jiang.
Next to her, Enro was carefully checking Su Jiang's equipment, from top to bottom. Bulletproof vest, pistol, bullets, medical supplies.
Enro had prepared everything, making sure that Su Jiang would not miss anything.
And Xingqiang stood not far away, smoking a cigarette, and looked at Su Jiang, who was almost wrapped up like a dumpling, and shouted,
"Xiao Su, if it really doesn't work, we won't save you. Maybe Mingxia can save himself."
When Su Jiang heard this, he was suddenly overwhelmed with black lines.
Sometimes he really wonders if Mingxia was adopted into the Yin family. And Rao didn't even bother to pay attention to Xingqiang. While buttoning up Su Jiang's shirt, she said, "You must be careful when you get to the island, okay?" "Yes. If you can't beat them, hide, okay?" If you see any wild mushrooms, especially the ones that look especially delicious, you must not eat them. They are poisonous. Is that all you can say? Anru sighed helplessly, but at this point, all she could do was trust Su Jiang. At this point, the pilot gave the two a gesture, indicating that they could take off. "So, I'm leaving?" Su Jiang waved to Anru and was about to turn and step onto the helicopter. Anru bit her lower lip and suddenly grabbed Su Jiang's arm. When Su Jiang turned around, she reached out and grabbed Su Jiang's neck and kissed him on the lips. Click. And Xingqiang took the picture expressionlessly, but Enro was too lazy to care. After a long time, their lips parted, and Enro looked at Su Jiang seriously. "I'm already your girlfriend, and I've already given you my first kiss. So, you must come back. I'll be waiting for you here, I'm not going anywhere." Su Jiang blinked, smiled, and touched Enro's head. "Don't worry, I'll be back. I will bring back your brother and the rest of the family." After saying that, Su Jiang did not hesitate, turned around and stepped onto the helicopter. The propeller rotated, making a buzzing sound, and it rose higher and higher, then gradually disappeared from Enro's sight. And Xingqiang walked over to Enro and looked in the direction the helicopter had left, grinning and saying, "My son-in-law is worthy of me. He has 1/10 of my dignity." Enro gave him a look. "I remember when you were in college, you couldn't even smoke, right?" "What are you talking about? Your father didn't even get into high school, so what kind of university did he go to? Didn't you tell me that you entered Jiangdu University as the top student and were an outstanding graduate? You were still young at the time, and I was just joking with you. If I hadn't said that, would you have followed my example and gone to Jiangdu University?" Enro was stunned and stared at him in disbelief. At this moment, even if Enro had good temper, she would want to swear. With such a father, it's no wonder that Mingjie can remain calm and unaffected by abstract things. It was because of the training that Xingqiang gave him from a young age. "So, when I was little, you said that my mother chased after you, and that was a lie too?" "No, that's true." And Xingqiang stubbed out his cigarette and changed the subject, "But she only chased me for a day, and I chased her the rest of the time." And Ru clenched her fists. How many things had her father lied to her about? "What else did you lie to me about?" I've forgotten too many things." "You bastard." And Rong's fist went straight for him, and Xingqiang saw that it was not good and quickly fled. "Humph." And Ro snorted, staring at Xingqiang's back. "You're lucky you ran away." She has already written this down in her little notebook. She will settle the score later. Immediately, she turned her head and looked at the sky, silently praying for Su Jiang and the others, hoping that they would return safely. Whoa! On the helicopter, Su Jiang was throwing up into a black plastic bag. He didn't expect that he would actually get airsick. How could he get airsick when he had such a strong constitution? "Are you okay, Mr. Su?" the pilot asked with some concern. Su Jiang waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, then asked, "How long do we have to fly?" "About 2.5 hours. Su Jiang was desperate. "Damn, I should have taken the boat." At the thought of this, Su Jiang became alert. Would he get seasick too? It's hard to say, after all, I've never been on a boat. Su Jiang's face turned pale. He asked the pilot next to him, "What do you usually do when you get seasick?" "Well, we don't usually get airsick," the pilot replied. Okay. Su Jiang was really dizzy and asked such a question. Suddenly, Su Jiang had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good solution. "Brother, do you have a stick?" "Huh?" The pilot was taken aback and looked around, then pulled out a small black rod. "Is this okay?" "Yes." Su Jiang took it and then said to the pilot, "When we get there, please wake me up." Then, before the pilot could reply, he took the thin rod and aimed it at the back of his head.
Under the pilot's shocked gaze, Su Jiang hit it hard, and then he fainted completely in his seat. Low-level skill, dirty club. The system probably never imagined that someone would use this skill on themselves. 2.5 hours later, the pilot woke Su Jiang up. Su Jiang opened his eyes in a daze during the helicopter's turbulence and glanced out the window. The endless blue sea appeared in his pupils. In the middle of the sea, an island stood quietly, looking desolate. Su Jiang could see that the island was densely vegetated, with only a small part of the beach and rocky outcrops exposed. In the dense forest, the outline of a city could be faintly seen, looking dilapidated and obviously having suffered from years of war. Su Jiang discovered that more than half of the vegetation on the entire island had obviously only grown in recent years, and compared to the other half, it was like a bunch of small saplings. Recalling what In Xingchang had said earlier, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He thought that the half of the small saplings must have grown after In Xingchang had finished bombing. The feeling of vomiting came again, and Su Jiang quickly took the plastic bag and vomited. Stop right there. While vomiting, Su Jiang pointed to a figure standing on the edge of the island. The pilot followed Su Jiang's instructions and landed on the edge of the beach. Splash. Su Jiang opened the door and got off the helicopter. A figure came towards him. It was Yang Ming. Su Jiang, you. Whoa. Before Yang Ming could finish speaking, Su Jiang ran directly to the beach and vomited frantically. But after vomiting for a long time, he didn't vomit anything. He had already vomited most of it on the helicopter. Yang Ming looked at Su Jiang's disheveled appearance and his eyes twitched. Is this really the way to turn things around? Chapter 90 Nicholas Wong Kai. Cough. Thank you. Su Jiang took the tissue that Yang Ming handed him and wiped his mouth. Brother Su, your bag. The pilot handed Su Jiang his backpack and then bowed to him solemnly. Brother Su, please be careful. I'll leave now. After saying that, the pilot returned to the helicopter. Yang Ming looked up and watched the helicopter leave, smacking his lips. TSK, did you register this helicopter? How would I know? You should ask in Mingjie. I'm not from An's family. Su Jiang was rummaging through his backpack, looking for something. Then, in Yang Ming's shocked gaze, Su Jiang took out a brown squirrel from his backpack? Why did you bring a mouse here? Are you blind? It's a squirrel. Is there a difference? Why not? Su Jiang stared at him with wide eyes and said seriously, squirrels live in trees, while mice live on the ground. Squirrels have softer fur, are more agile, and have smaller appetites. Okay. Yang Ming interrupted, so what did you bring it here for? You don't understand. This little guy is very useful to me. After saying that, Su Jiang put the little brown squirrel in his breast pocket and patted its head gently. Right, Wong Kai? Squeak. 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 Use me in the first battle, and I will win. This squirrel was raised by Enro and was temporarily requisitioned by Su Jiang. It will be used as a scout or spy or something. Of course, Anru also gave it a name. Nicholas Wong Kai. What? Why didn't you bring Fu Gue? That stupid cat is all white and fat, and Su Jiang is afraid that it will be kicked to death by the enemy. What's the situation now? Su Jiang asked. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. It's been so long, and you're only just thinking about getting down to business? We only know the general situation. At present, the In family members are scattered and fleeing on the island, while the Fong family has now integrated with Rose's troops and is searching for the In family. The situation is like a cat and mouse game, with the Fong family as the cat and the In family as the mouse. Su Jiang nodded in agreement, describing the situation vividly. How did Li get shot? Su Jiang asked again. At that time, the In family and the Fong family were in the middle of a fierce battle, and suddenly, Rose, with Wei Tian's personal troops, rushed into the battlefield. Although In Mingjie had prepared for this, and had left a group of people to deal with the situation, Rose was too fierce. She set up a sniper rifle from a great distance and aimed at In Mingjie in the first instance. If it weren't for Li Kai blocking a shot for In Mingjie, the In family would have collapsed by now. Rose. Su Jiang silently repeated the name. He had heard this name too many times. 15th on the mercenary list, she was a person who always walked on the edge of life and death.
Ding! The host has triggered a hidden mission. The mission content: please kill Rose of Blood. Completing the hidden mission will result in a hidden reward. There is no punishment for failure. Su Jiang's eyebrows raised, and the system prompt that hadn't appeared in a long time sounded. He had almost forgotten that he had a system. But what does this mission sound like? No punishment for failure? Su Jiang was puzzled. When did the system become so good? But never mind, if there is a chance to complete this hidden mission, if there is no chance, then I will create a chance to complete it. It was rare to encounter a hidden task for the first time, and Su Jiang was quite curious about what kind of reward the system would give him. Can I become a fairy? He still had a fixation on the sword that split the sky. How is Li's injury? He was shot in the abdomen, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he won't die. Su Jiang nodded. As long as he wasn't dead, he wouldn't be sad. After all, he was his partner, the toy gun handsome guy. Su Jiang put on his backpack, took out his pistol, and checked it. Okay, then I'll go in. I don't need the help of the police, after all I'm a member of the police force. With that, Su Jiang walked alone into the dense forest. Yang Ming looked at Su Jiang's back and said, strictly speaking, external personnel are not considered to be part of the inspectorate. TSK, you guys still engage in this kind of discrimination? I just want to remind you, if you really want to become a member of the Bureau of Investigation, don't die. Yang Ming paused and said, after all, the impression that those people have of you as a psychiatrist is not bad. As Su Jiang's figure grew further and further away, before being completely covered by the dense forest, Yang Ming heard Su Jiang's careless voice. Don't worry, even if everyone in the Bureau of Supervision dies, I won't die. Jiangdu City, Wang family. Since the Wang family moved to Jiangdu, they have been extremely low-key. As they had said before, they did not get involved in the fighting, but just did business honestly. But today, the Wang family welcomed an unexpected guest. In the Wang family hall, two people are sitting across from each other, separated only by a tea table. Wang Boyan, the current head of the Wang family, is smiling as he serves tea to the man across from him. I wonder why the director of the Bureau of Supervision is visiting my humble abode today. The person sitting across from Wang Boyan was none other than Director Jiang. Jiang, with a blank expression on his face, took a sip of tea and said in a low voice. Wang Boyan, I won't waste time with you. I'm here today to talk about three things. First, hand over Fong Haoshuan. Second, the people who entered the bureau that night, they are alive, and I can't explain it to my subordinates. Third, this is a warning to your family. Jiang looked at Wang Boyan with a dark expression. You know why you were kicked out of the gray area. Don't try to fool me with your superficial skills. If you want to join the bureau, be prepared to be damned for eternity. Upon hearing this, Wang Boyan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the director Jiang in front of him, his heart filled with surprise. He had always been meticulous in his work, so how did the director of the Bureau of Supervision find out? And isn't it said that there are major problems within the Jiangdu Supervision Bureau, and that there is no time to attend to other matters? Wang Boyan was at a loss for a moment, but still smiled with a calm face. I don't quite understand what Director Jiang is saying. First, I don't know that person called Fong Xian. To be honest, I've never heard that name before. Second, regarding the intrusion into the Bureau of Supervision, someone must have deliberately framed my family. Director Jiang can rest assured that my family will definitely pursue this matter to the end and give the Bureau of Supervision an explanation. As for the third, Wang Boyan smiled, his tone still soft, but with an unconcealed threat. Director Jiang, it's better not to know certain things than to know them, isn't it? You are just a small branch director. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of those who really hold the power, you are nothing. Therefore, your warning is useless to me. Wang Bo extended a finger and pointed upwards. You have to warn those people upstairs. If they accept your warning, then my family and I will naturally accept it as well. After that, Wang Bo extended his hand and poured another cup of tea for Director Jiang. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang's expression did not change, but he let out a sigh. He stopped drinking tea, stood up, and walked out. As he left, he looked back at Wang Boyan deeply. Wang Boyan, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Director Jiang, take your time. I won't see you off. Wang Boyan smiled. As Director Zhang's figure gradually receded, after he left,
a figure came out of the room behind Wang Boyan. Fong Haoshuan's eyes were filled with endless hatred, and his abdomen was still wrapped in bandages. He had lost a lot of weight. Wang Boyan looked at him and said lightly, "Pack up your things and leave." Fong Haoshuan hurriedly said, "You're not going to help me take revenge? Why should I help you?" Wang Boyan snorted, "I saved you purely to repay Fong Qingye, that old guy, a favor. From now on, I'm done with you Fongs." After that, Wang Boyan ignored Fong Haoshuan and left on his own. The existence of Director Jiang was completely unexpected. He had to find out more about Director Jiang. Especially the look in Director Jiang's eyes when he left made Wang Boyan feel a little uneasy. Chapter 91, Let's find the tree first, understand? Achoo! Su Jiang wiped his nose and frowned. Who's cursing me? Gee. It wasn't me. In his breast pocket, Wang Kai was afraid that Su Jiang would not be able to find the culprit, so he immediately cleared himself of suspicion. After all, during the time when Fu Guo lived in the Yin family, he had mentioned Su Jiang to Wang Kai and told him some stories. He was a bit mentally ill. This is how Fu Guo described Su Jiang to Wang Kai. Su Jiang was holding a gun in his hand and walking cautiously through the dense forest. In the current situation, the probability of him encountering the Fong family is much greater than the probability of encountering the Yin family. After all, according to Yang Ming's description, most of the Yin family members are now hiding, and it is the Fong family members who are searching everywhere. The most urgent task is to find In Mingjie and tell him that he has already arrived. Su Jiang recognized In Mingjie's intelligence, and perhaps In Mingjie would come up with a solution because of his arrival. Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound came from the front, and Su Jiang immediately became alert and activated the silent mode. He kept walking forward, and a figure appeared in Su Jiang's eyes. He saw the man crouching under a large tree, looking around carefully, as if he was looking for something in the tree. Su Jiang frowned, and after a certain distance, he raised his gun and aimed at the man's back. He put his hands on his head and stood up. The man froze in place, and the first thing he did was to follow Su Jiang's instructions and cover his head, then slowly got up. Which side are you on, the Fong family or the Yin family? This voice. Are you Su Xiao? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? Turn around. The man did as he was told and slowly turned around. When he saw Su Jiang's face, he was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Mr. Su, it really is you. You are. Su Jiang was a little bit faceblind and felt familiar but didn't recognize him. I'm Hua Cheng, Hua Zi. Hua Cheng said excitedly, we met at the Little Sleepy Night bar, when you came to pick up your phone. Hearing the name Hua Zi, Su Jiang suddenly remembered. When he went to the Little Sleepy Night bar, it was this Hua Zi who took the lead and gave him an old phone. The original phone was used to send messages to the Fong family's secret line at a critical moment, dealing a fatal blow to the Fong family in terms of economic means. But then In Mingjie dragged the Fong family to the battlefield on the isolated island, so those secret lines were naturally useless. At most, some of the Fong family's industrial resources were recycled. Those hidden lines, rooted in the Fong family's industry, are all ordinary members, and this time Fong Qingye, in order to avoid accidents, only brought the core members. Similarly, In Mingjie is the same. For this kind of life and death battle, non-core members cannot be trusted. Otherwise, even if you have a low sense of existence, a backstabbing will make you unforgettable for life. Seeing that he was a member of the Yin family, Su Jiang also put down his gun and asked in confusion, what were you doing here just now? When he heard this, Hua Qing's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Su, you're just in time. Go check on Brotherly. He's not going to make it. Ha! A dozen minutes later, in a simple wooden hut, Su Jiang's eyes twitched. This is what you told me, that he's dying? Su Jiang pointed at Li Kai and asked, what did you give him to eat? Li Kai was lying on a small bed made of woven grass, staring with his eyes wide open, and waving his hands in the air. Hey, dragon. I saw a dragon. Li Kai's smile was extremely wretched at the moment, and saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Hua Cheng looked away, weakly saying, Brother Li Kai was shot and is unable to move. He also lost his food on the way. So I thought I'd go out and find something for Brother Li Kai to eat. What did you find? Mushrooms. Are you sure? It looks like a mushroom anyway. Su Jiang sighed softly.
He knew why Li Kai was like that. Most likely he's hallucinating from mushroom poisoning. Su Xiao, what should we do? Is brother Li Kai going to die?
No, it's just mushroom poisoning.
It doesn't look serious.
He'll be fine once he comes to his senses and vomits. After saying that, Su Jiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the video recording for Li Kai. He walked up to him, pointed the camera at his face, and smiled.
Brother Kai?
Hey, hey, hey.
Tell me, what did you see?
I saw a golden dragon, dancing in the square.
Hey, hey, hey. Doesn't that dragon look like an Mingjie?
Hey, hey, hey.
Don't say it. It really does look like.
Hey, hey, hey. Well, Su Jiang finished recording the video and smiled with satisfaction.
He will eat this video for the rest of his life. Zzzz.
The sound came, and Su Jiang looked in the direction of the sound and saw Hua Cheng holding a walkie-talkie in his hand.
Hey, how is it? Has Li Kai woken up from his stupor? The voice of an Mingjie came from the walkie-talkie.
Hua Cheng looked at Su Jiang and very consciously handed the walkie-talkie over.
Smart, you're a good brother.
Su Jiang looked at him in admiration and then said into the walkie-talkie, hello, hello, hello.
Can an Mingjie hear me?
On the other end of the walkie-talkie, an Mingjie heard Su Jiang's voice and fell into an endless silence. Su Jiang frowned. Why was there no sound?
Hello, an Mingjie, can you hear me?
Su Jiang?
Oh, you can hear me?
How the hell did you get here?
An Mingjie exclaimed, startling Su Jiang.
Why are you so surprised? Su Jiang was a little dissatisfied. I heard that you were at a disadvantage, so I came to help you.
Who the hell told you we were at a disadvantage?
The people from the inspectorate said that you were in a complete mess and were now running for your lives.
On hearing this, an Mingjie clenched his fists and wanted to swear.
Shit, the Bureau of Investigation.
My brilliant plan and arrangement is considered a total collapse by you?
Yes, the current situation is entirely the result of an Mingjie's actions. The only thing that he didn't expect was the shot fired by Rose, but that shot was blocked by Li, so the plan is still under his control.
Taking a deep breath, an Mingjie said, You're here, but what about Ro? Don't worry, you called Uncle An back, didn't you?
Uncle An?
And Xingchang?
TSK, you call your father by his first name?
I usually call him Old Fart.
Su Jiang's mouth twitched.
Your family's family values are worthy of praise.
Forget it, since you're here, it's perfect, help us look for him.
What are we looking for? Find the tree.
And Mingjie quickly explained to Su Jiang, my father blew up half of the battlefield on the island back then, but there was still a pile of high explosive left over that we didn't use, enough to blow up another quarter of the battlefield.
Awesome, but what does that have to do with the tree?
The old bastard buried the explosives under a tree on the east side. According to him, he left a message on the trunk, and we would be able to tell by looking at it. When an Mingjie said this, Su Jiang suddenly understood.
So, you deliberately scattered the family members in order to find the tree?
That's right. With the explosives, we can directly find a chance to blow up the island and get it over with. No wonder you insisted on coming to the battlefield on the island.
Is this part of your plan?
Not really. After all, I didn't pin all my hopes on that batch of explosives. But now that I still have some left, I'll look for it first.
It's even better if I find it.
And Mingjie paused and continued, at present, the An family has been divided into dozens of small and large teams, all of which have walkie-talkies. It just so happens that Li Kai's team had an accident, so you and Hua Qing will take care of him. Before Li Kai wakes up, don't make any rash moves.
It's not time for a fight yet. Let's find the tree first. Understand? Don't make any rash moves. Do you hear me, Su Jiang? Hello? Hello? Su Jiang, answer me. Chapter 92 Life is Hard, Su Jiang sighs. Su Jiang did not respond, and he turned off the walkie-talkie and threw it to Hua Cheng. Looking for a tree? What are you talking about? This is such a big island, and this is such a big forest. You want to find a tree? It's better to just follow Fong Gang's lead.
And Mingjie is also ridiculous enough. Whoever can find that tree, he will wash his hair upside down on the spot.
He yawned and Su Jiang wanted to leave. Since the Yin family has no disadvantages, why should he stay here? What's the point? I might as well go home and kiss my girlfriend. He. Li Kai was still in a state of illusion. Su Jiang stopped, looked at Li Kai, and sighed lightly. Forget it, you're already here. Take Wan Kai out of your chest and whisper to Su Jiang, go around and find someone and come back to tell me immediately. Ji. Roger that. Wan Kai ran out. Hua Qing saw this scene and froze in place. He suspected that he was hallucinating. Master of beasts? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Well, that's one way to look at it. But not all animals can be controlled, after all, it is a low-level skill. Just because they are close to you doesn't mean you can control them. Especially for those large and fierce animals with a bad temper, if you accidentally anger them, your favorability will instantly be cleared. Su, why don't you take this walkie-talkie? Hua Qing handed over the walkie-talkie. He was a little afraid that Nmingjia would get angry with Su Jiang and transfer his anger to him. Okay, but don't call me Su Xiao, I'm not used to it. Su Jiang took the walkie-talkie and put it in his pocket. So your brother Su? TSK, you're all unprofessional. I've told you a million times, use your code names when we're on the move. What's your code name? Call me the King of Cold Noodles. Ha? Hua Qing was a little bit overwhelmed. He always felt that the style of painting changed completely when he was with Su Jiang. Su Jiang took a compressed biscuit out of his pocket and handed it to Hua Qing, solemnly saying, Hua Zi, you must remember that from this moment on, everything that happens on this island has nothing to do with Su Jiang. Everything you think is outrageous is the work of the Cold Noodle King, and has nothing to do with Su Jiang. I got it, I understand. Hua Cheng said, with a cookie in his mouth. Although he didn't know why, he didn't care. As long as he has biscuits to eat, he's almost starving to death. How is it? Did you find it? A man in camouflage is exploring the dense forest, also holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. His name is Shui Zhuang, and he is the captain of Wei Tian's personal army, a military man. Although he is not as strong as Rose, he is still able to gain Wei Tian's appreciation, which is enough to show that he has decent strength. Captain, there's nothing to report yet. Shui Zhuang nodded and said, don't be careless. Although the Yin family is just a small family, if we make a mistake, Master Wei Tian will definitely lose his impression of us. Don't worry, Captain. With Rose here, I don't think we can lose. Shui Zhuang smiled and did not refute. Indeed, with that woman Rose around, he didn't know what the Yin family would use to fight. He turned off the walkie-talkie and continued to search carefully. Not far away, Wan Kai was in a tree, taking in the whole scene. It has to be said that this squirrel, Wan Kai, feels at home in the forest as soon as he returns. He was agile and nimble as he shuttled through the forest, and the first thing he did was return to the cabin to tell Su Jiang what had happened. Su. What's wrong with the King of Cold Noodles? Hua Qing was still a little uncomfortable with the code name. Su Jiang frowned, someone is coming our way. Ha? Hua Qing's mouth twitched, and he looked at Su Jiang strangely. We've been here for half a day and nothing has happened, but now that you're here, something has happened? Su Jiang glanced at Li Kai, who was a little better than before, but not fully awake yet. Transfer Li Kai on your back? It's too late, and we might run into other people. Well, we'll just have to go out and find a line. Life is not easy, Su Jiang sighed. Take the gun, Su Jiang told Hua Chang, before I come back, you guard this gun well. What if you don't come back? Then we'll die together. Su Jiang said angrily, if I don't come back, do you think you two can survive? I originally thought Hua Qing was quite sensible, but now it seems that I was wrong. Su Jiang walked out of the cabin. Wan Kai pointed him in a direction and then jumped into a tree. After walking for a while, Su Jiang looked around, found a suitable tree, and climbed nimbly up the trunk to set up a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle belonged to Li Kai, who had temporarily requisitioned it. Li Zai agreed to this, Su Jiang thought. The classic kneeling position for sniping, if used by an ordinary person, would result in an unstable center of gravity and a person with poor balance would even fall straight down. But Su Jiang is different. He has the skills given by the system, the three-piece set. That is, extraordinary physical ability, proficiency in firearms, and proficiency in hand-to-hand combat.
With these three skills combined, even the big brother who was known as half-human and half-ghost and the number one sharpshooter has to retreat 3 steps. TSK, I've got you. Through the scope of the rifle, Su Jiang spotted Shuizhuang. He took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he slowly pulled the trigger with his index finger. Bang! Even with a silencer, the sound of the gunshot was still loud. The bullet pierced the air, and the target was directly aimed at Shuizhuang's brow. From a distance, Shuizhuang had a foreboding feeling when he was spotted through the scope. Damn! Danger! This is the sense of crisis that he has cultivated over the years on the battlefield. So, before Su Jiang fired, he instinctively found a tree to use as cover, crouched down, rolled on the ground, and narrowly escaped. Bang! Su Jiang's bullet flew past Shuizhuang's scalp. Looking at the bullet marks on the ground, Shuizhuang's heart suddenly accelerated. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe it as he looked at the direction of the shot. The tree! Shuizhuang immediately deduced that the other party had fired from a tree, and from quite a distance. Shit! Who is it? Shuizhuang cursed under his breath. In this environment, he could still shoot at the tree and shoot himself accurately. A master. But where did this sniper come from? Snipers are rare, and it all depends on talent. Every family devotes all its resources to training 1 or 2 snipers at most. And high-level snipers are even rarer. After all, talent is required to reach a certain level. According to intelligence, the only sniper that Jia can produce is Li Kai. But that person was shot and it is impossible for him to maintain such a high level of sniper skills. Who the hell is he? Shuizhuang couldn't figure out why he had to run into such a ruthless person. In this situation, he dared not move at all. Every second counts. TSK, he's pretty quick. Su Jiang was not discouraged by the first shot. After all, the other party was at least a captain-level figure. If he were killed by just 1 shot, Wei Tian's troops would be no better than that. However, the next shot will not be as simple as just scratching the scalp. Su Jian looked serious, his finger on the trigger, ready to shoot. The first shot was just a friendly greeting to Shuizhuang, telling him that he was here. The second shot was to announce Shuizhuang's departure. Too bad it wasn't a shotgun. Chapter 93. I have a bold idea. In the dense forest, Su Jiang and Shuizhuang were separated by a great distance, and they remained motionless in their respective positions. Su Jiang did not move because he was concentrating on aiming at Shuizhuang and giving him a fatal blow. Shuizhuang didn't move because he dared not move. Su Jiang's pressure on him was so strong that Shuizhuang was now soaked in sweat, breathing deeply to calm his heart. The tree trunk that covered his body was not very large, just enough to cover his body, but not anymore. Damn, it's bad enough to run into an enemy, but it's a sniper. Shuizhuang cursed under his breath as he looked at the bullet marks on the ground and then looked at the land not far away. That was his walkie-talkie. When he was hiding from the bullets, the walkie-talkie slipped out of his pocket and fell there. Shuizhuang's eyes were uncertain. The best thing to do at the moment was to get the walkie-talkie and call for help. Shuizhuang looked at the distance between the walkie-talkie and himself. It was just a few feet away. But even if the distance is short, as long as I show my head, I will definitely be killed in seconds. What should I do? Shuizhuang muttered to himself, his heart in a whirl. Take it or not? However, while Shuizhuang was struggling with himself, he was unaware that a brown squirrel was sitting on his head, nibbling on a chestnut. Shuizhuang's eyes flickered. What if that shot was just a coincidence? How many sharpshooters are there in the family? It's not the military. What if that shot was just a lucky shot? Mad, I don't believe that the Yin family can raise 2 snipers. Shuizhuang kept convincing himself, then took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and was about to make a move. Bang! Another bullet whizzed past Shuizhuang's shoulder. If Shuizhuang had not pulled away in time, his shoulder would have been disabled. This shot also made Shuizhuang's heart half cold and completely desperate. Shit! What a fucking sharpshooter! Shuizhuang was completely honest this time, obediently standing in place and not daring to move. Bang! Another bullet, this one shot straight through the walkie-talkie, rendering it completely useless. Seeing this, Shuizhuang's heart sank. Well, his only hope is gone. Just wait to die. Shuizhuang was already thinking about his last words. If no one came to save him, he would die. In this environment, the sniper has the upper hand and the initiative, and there is basically no way to turn the tables. What Shuizhuang didn't know was that after firing the third shot, Su Jiang had immediately put away his gun and leapt nimbly to the ground. After taking a look in the direction of Shuizhuang, Su Jiang smacked his lips and headed back home. Shuizhuang had been hiding behind the tree, and Su Jiang was unable to do anything about it. No matter how powerful the sniper rifle was, it could not pierce through the thick trunk of the tree. In fact, he couldn't even shoot through half of the tree. The trees that grow in such dense forests contain many water molecules, which lock the wood fibers together and make them very resistant to bullets. You just stay there. Su Jiang joked, after these 3 shots, Shuizhuang would surely be too scared to move. Even if I leave, what can he do? He's betting on whether I've left or not. If he bets wrong, it's a matter of life and death. As I said, not betting is winning. Not to mention, there is Wang Kai watching. Your Majesty, you're back so soon? Hua Qing couldn't help but ask in confusion when he saw Su Jiang return so soon after going out. Did the enemy not come? Hearing the king's nickname, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything, which was considered an acceptance. Of course, the enemy has been overwhelmed by the king's dashing and heroic appearance, and is now standing in the same place as he was before. Hua Qing, hearing this, looked unconvinced. He thought the enemy must not have come. Your Majesty, I don't know if I should say this. Go ahead. You're shameless. Yes, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. You don't have it anyway. Su Jiang said angrily, why don't you believe me even when I tell you the truth? Then he looked at Li Kai and smiled, oh, you're awake, dancing dragon? Li Kai was seen frowning and rubbing his head on the bed. Su Jiang? Why are you here? It took Li Kai a long time to recognize the person standing in front of him as Su Jiang. I feel dizzy. What is a dancing dragon? Nothing, a dragon that dances in the square. Nonsense, where would there be such a dragon? It's okay, you'll see it later. Su Jiang smiled with a grin, somewhat anticipating what Li Kai's expression would be when he saw the video later. No, such a glorious moment must be chosen for a grand occasion. I'll gather the Yin family together and watch it with them. Hua Cheng was standing by, somewhat hesitant. He wanted to tell Li Kai about the video, but after glancing at Su Jiang, he swallowed his words and went back. Compared to Li Kai, he felt that Su Jiang was even more difficult to deal with. There was always a feeling that he was being eyed by the young lady. Hua Qing suddenly realized why Su Jiang was able to be with the young lady. It was no wonder that they were from the same family. Sigh. Li Kai covered his stomach, where he had been hit by the rose. Damn, it's a good thing I was wearing 3 layers of bulletproof vests, or that shot would have killed me. Li Kai's thick bulletproof vest was exposed, and Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Did you know you were going to get shot? No. Then why did you wear 3 layers? Aren't you hot? If you had the amulet that Enro gave you, would you dare not wear 3 layers? Awesome, you dare to wear such an unlucky thing? Su Jiang immediately gave Li Kai a thumbs up, you're the man. If you don't get shot, who will? Li Kai took out the amulet from his pocket and threw it to Su Jiang. I don't need this stupid thing anyway. Don't give it to me. Su Jiang took it and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This thing is used to protect you from being shot. Gee. I'm back. At that moment, Wang Kai, holding a chestnut, ran in nimbly and reported to Su Jiang that Shuizhuang was still standing guard obediently. As soon as it came in, Li immediately focused his attention on it. Why was this scene so familiar to him? The countryside, the factory, the mouse. Yes, it fits. Su Jiang looked at Wang Kai quietly for a long time, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have a bold idea. Gee. Soon after, when Li had fully recovered, the group quickly left and moved to another safe place. Shuizhuang, however, was still standing in the same place, praying that his teammates would come to save him. He didn't realize that in his jacket's hood was a talisman from Enro. Wang Kai had just returned and quietly placed it in Shuizhuang's hood. Since it is an unlucky object, why must it be held by one of our own? Isn't it better to give it to the enemy? Chapter 94, Go and bring back that shit-stirring stick. In the dense forest, Su Jiang and his 2 companions walked carefully.
Li Kai kept on alert, afraid of encountering enemies. Hua Cheng was looking for trees.
Every time he passed a tree, he would take a closer look to see if it was the one marked by An Xingqiang. Of the three, only Su Jiang had a firm gaze and a clear pace.
Su Jiang, where are we going? Li Kai asked.
To the ruined city in the center of the island.
Su Jiang replied.
He had seen the map of the battlefield on the island, and in the center of the island there was a huge ruined city. According to An Xingqiang, the streets there are covered with gravel and rubble, and there are broken building frames and rusty facilities everywhere.
Are you crazy?
Li Kai heard Su Jiang say that they were going to the ruined city and immediately grabbed his hand.
The city of ruins is now full of Fong family people.
Although they have sent most of them out, Fong, Qingye and Rose are still there.
If we run into them, we won't even have a chance to run. Su Jiang immediately became excited upon hearing this. What do you mean, Rose is there?
Yes,
So what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Huh?
Li didn't understand. Are you looking for death?
What he didn't know was that Su Jiang was at that moment worried that he couldn't find the rose.
Solve the problem with the rose, get the hidden reward, and then in Mingjie will wipe out the Fong family.
Perfect. Listen to me, old Li. Su Jiang turned around and said with a serious look on his face, the two of us.
Oh no, plus Hua Zi. The three of us, let's go and kill Rose and Fong Qingye, and then we'll be safe.
Li, ha?
Hua Cheng? The two of them suddenly froze in place, staring at Su Jiang. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Li Kai walked forward in silence, patted Su Jiang on the shoulder, and said seriously. Su Jiang. What's wrong?
Why don't you go back?
Li Kai's eyes were pleading. I now feel that your coming here may not be a good thing. Don't worry, Lao Li.
I'll protect myself.
Who the hell is worried about you? Li Kai said with a glare, isn't it better to be safe? You think you're who?
Hua Qing was trembling and dared not speak. He felt that Li Kai was on the verge of an explosion, and he just hoped that Su Jiang would listen to reason and stop pursuing that outrageous idea.
Be more prudent? Su Jiang frowned and thought about it. Indeed, this is a bit risky.
Li Kai nodded with relief, and it seemed that Su Jiang could still be saved and persuaded to come back. Then we'll kill Rose first, and we'll talk about Fong Qingye later.
You motherfucker. You really are a stubborn kid, aren't you?
Li Kai gave up, reached out, and tried to get his sniper rifle back from Su Jiang.
What?
Su Jiang was puzzled.
Give me back my sniper rifle. It's too dangerous for you to carry it.
Don't be silly, you're still injured.
You'll give it back to me when you're healed? No. Li Kai clenched his fists.
He had never been so irritable before Su Jiang came. He was originally very good-natured.
Cough cough.
Hua Cheng coughed and said carefully, why don't we ask In Shao? He was really afraid that the two of them would just start fighting, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to help either of them.
I guess only in Mingjie can persuade them.
Li Kai looked at Hua Cheng for a moment, then nodded slightly. This kind of thing really needs to be discussed within Mingjie. Su Jiang saw that both of them had the same idea, so he sighed helplessly and took out his walkie-talkie.
Zzzz. Hello, and Mingjie, please respond. Su Jiang shouted. Soon, the voice of An Mingjie came through the walkie-talkie. Su Jiang, if you hang up on me again, I'm not done with you. And Mingjie was very critical of Su Jiang for not answering and turning off the walkie-talkie. TSK, don't get excited. Here's the thing, I have a bold idea, but Li doesn't agree, so I want to ask for your opinion. I don't agree either. Shit. I haven't even told you what it is yet.
I don't even dare to agree with your idea, let alone the fact that it was rejected by Li Kai. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt isolated.
Oh, I'm so sad.
He came all the way here to support them, and this is how he was treated.
He was sad for 2.5 seconds.
Then he took a deep breath and said what he had in mind. My idea is this, I'll take Li Kai and Hua Cheng, and the three of us will go and take out Rose. If it goes well, we'll take out Fong Qingye as well. If the plan goes well, you won't have to look for the tree, and we can just go all the way and finish it.
Su Jiang, you motherfucker. After listening to this, and Mingjie didn't hesitate to start spewing. Zzzz.
Su Jiang decisively turned off the walkie-talkie and then looked at Li Kai and Hua Cheng without changing his expression.
You see, and Mingjie has agreed.
Where did he agree?
Li Kai was devastated.
He clearly just wanted to yell at you, right? He scolded me, but that doesn't mean he doesn't agree with me.
Su Jiang said calmly, there is an inequality. Solving problems is faster.
Oh, don't be so annoying.
Let's go. Su Jiang took Li Kai by the hand and walked towards the ruined city. When have I ever been unreliable? Li Kai was desperate.
Forget it, let it be destroyed.
He didn't care anymore.
Hua Cheng also had no light in his eyes, and followed the two like a walking corpse. Before he saw Su Jiang, he thought hope was coming. Unexpectedly, the twins of hope came, and despair. In this way, the three of them and the mouse, with different mindsets, headed towards the ruined city.
One was full of light and enthusiasm. One was in a state of collapse, giving up all hope.
And the other one was already thinking about his last words.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In a corner of the island, and Mingjie is furiously kicking a tree trunk, venting his emotions.
I let you come to the island. Bang! I'll hang you up. Bang!
I'll make you fucking call Su Jiang.
Bang!
The surrounding and family members were dumbfounded and hid in the corner shivering.
What's wrong with In Xiao? I don't know.
I just had a few words with Brother Su, and that's it.
Have you noticed that since Brother Su came to the In family, In Xiao's temper has become more and more unstable every day?
Not to mention In Xiao, a few days ago, Brotherly was so hot and red that I didn't dare to talk to him.
And Mingjie was panting. He now even hated the people from the inspection bureau.
A bunch of useless, incompetent, rotten fish and rotten shrimp.
If they hadn't spread the word, would Su Jiang have come? If Su Jiang hadn't come, would I have been in such a mess? And fuckingly killed Rose? Do you think you're a god, and you can kill whoever you want?
As for Hua Cheng, and Mingjie simply ignored him.
Huazi's strength is not even good enough to be an auxiliary, he's just there to lay down. Taking a deep breath, and Mingjie turned his head and walked away. And Xiao, where are we going?
A weak voice from an In family member asked.
Where else?
And Mingjie glared back at him, his face turning red with anger. Of course we're going to the City of Ruins to bring back that crazy shitstirrer.
No, not looking for a tree? What the hell? Chapter 95, Lin Hui's Night Raid, Fleeing in a Panic.
Night, Jiangdu City, near the In family. Lin Hui sat in the car, looking at the gate of the In family with a gloomy look.
Damn, if Fong Haoshuan hadn't been rescued.
He gritted his teeth and still couldn't figure out who had rescued Fong Haoshuan.
The point is, you fucking saved him. What's the point of throwing the Lin family's badge on the ground?
Lin Hui wanted to find that person and shoot him all day long. If he hadn't sent someone to clean up the fake badges, he would have been wanted by the police. Now, he had to take matters into his own hands.
When has Lin Hui ever been in such a mess?
Wu Yang, do it.
Lin Hui spoke in a low voice, and Wu Yang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, nodded and got out of the car.
The Lin family followed behind Wu Yang and headed straight for the In family compound. According to their information, the In family is now weak and basically has no combatants.
Bang!
Wu Yang kicked open the door with one foot, and quickly aimed at the surroundings with a gun in his hand. After looking around, Wu Yang suddenly became a little confused.
Why is there no one? Are the In family so short of manpower?
Did they? Lin Hui followed them slowly and calmly.
TSK, the In family doesn't even have a doorman tonight? What's going on? Why aren't you moving?
Lin Hui was puzzled.
What were they all doing here?
There was a crowd of people standing there, and he couldn't see what was going on in front of him. Lin Xiao. Wu Yang was at the front, his voice trembling.
What's going on? Speak properly.
Lin Hui was a little impatient, and he pushed his way through the Lin family and looked forward.
What? What are you trying to say?
Lin Hui finally reached the front, and his voice stopped abruptly. He stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief.
And Xingchang? TSK, how dare you? Is that how you address your elders?
And Xingqiang looked at Lin Hui with disdain, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Around him, dozens of men in black stood, all armed with guns, all of which were pointed at the Lin family. A red dot, very appropriately, landed on Lin Hui's forehead. That was the sniper's signal to take aim at him. Under the moonlight, Lin Hui's face turned pale. How could this happen? Why are you here? Lin Hui looked at Xingqiang and pointed at the black-clad men around him, shouting, Who are they? I don't remember the Yin family having these people. Ha ha ha. And Xingqiang snorted, ran his hand through his hair, and said, The Yin family really doesn't have these people. A flash of sharpness in Xingqiang's eyes. After all, when the old man, he can't just hand over all the family business to his son at once, right? And Mingjie naturally knew about the existence of these dozens of black-clad men, but he did not have the authority to command them. They have always accompanied Xingqiang and moved around the capital. It was only because Mingjie had no choice that he invited Xingqiang and these people back. No, it's impossible. Lin Hui gasped for breath, unwilling to accept this fact. How could the Yin family be a marginal family when they had such power? On hearing this, Xingqiang rubbed his brows and became impatient. I told you, the Yin family you know is the Yin family of Mingjie. The next second, Xingqiang stubbed out his cigarette and threw it on the ground. Get to work. Bang bang bang. The black-clad men pulled the trigger, and bullets flew in all directions, showering the Lin family. Oh! Lin Xiao, save me! Lin Xiao! For a moment, there was a constant stream of screams. When Lin Hui came to his senses, Wu Yang and the others had already fallen in a pool of blood. Lin Hui's eyes were bloodshot. Instead of looking at the bodies on the ground, he looked at Xingqiang in a daze and said with difficulty, Why, didn't you kill me? Before you came, I called your father, Lin Jianbai. And Xingqiang laughed. He told me to let you live, and the condition was that you owed me a favor. Lin Jianbai. Lin Hui was stunned, mumbling the name. After a moment, he looked up and stared at Xingqiang, saying, He is not my father. Lin Jianbai, who abandoned his family and became a dog for others, is not my father. And Xingqiang was silent. He had nothing to say about this. Everyone has their own choices, and they have to pay the price for them. That's all. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll change my mind. And Xingqiang lit another cigarette and took a comfortable drag. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui did not hesitate and turned around and left. You can vent your emotions, but you can't get carried away. Life is the most important thing, no matter what. Face and dignity are secondary. Looking at Lin Hui's back, Xingqiang smacked his lips and felt a bit of regret. If Lin Hui had lost his temper and let him kill him without Lin Jianbai's intercession, then kill him, he won't lose anyway. And Xingqiang turned around and was about to go back to the house when he suddenly stopped. He saw a familiar figure. What brings you here? And Xingqiang turned around, narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Zhang Yi, Chief Jiang. The person who came was Director Jiang. He was standing alone outside the Yin family's door, looking at the bodies lying in a mess, and frowned. I could hear the gunshots from far away. What gunshots? I was celebrating with firecrackers. It was hard to find a son-in-law. And Xingqiang said with a smile. Jiang stared at Xingqiang for a long time, and then sighed deeply. He walked into the Yin family and said, And Xingqiang, you haven't changed at all. Hey, you've changed a lot. When Director Jiang approached, and Xingqiang handed him a cigarette and said with a smile, Ever since the incident in the capital, I thought you were finished, but I never thought I would see you come out of that broken house. What, are you still planning to chase after your utopia? Jiang looked at him and said nothing, but walked into the house. Seeing this, Xingqiang shook his head and said to one of the men in black, Clean up the yard. Then, he followed Director Jiang into the house. Few people know that these two men have been friends for many years and worked together many years ago. Did they? And Rong sat on the sofa and immediately turned around when she heard footsteps. Dad, what's going on? I just heard gunshots. When she saw it was Director Jiang, and Rose's voice stopped abruptly. Ruru, this is your uncle Jiang. You met him when you were little, you probably don't remember. And Xingqiang's voice came from behind Director Jiang. Uncle Jiang? And Ro was a little confused. Why did an uncle suddenly appear? Director Jiang glanced at Enro, and after a moment, said lightly, in the future, control your little boyfriend. His style of doing things will cause trouble sooner or later.
Enro?
Old Jiang, how can you say that?
And Xingqiang was unhappy.
My son-in-law is smart and brave, handsome and dashing, just like me back then.
Just like you were, a shit-stirrer.
Director Jiang sat down on the sofa and gave Xingqiang a cold look.
Fuck you, Zhang Yi.
And Xingqiang threw a pillow at him.
Ruru, you go back to your room first.
I have something to settle with your uncle Jiang. And Xingqiang rolled up his sleeves and waved to Enruru, indicating that she should go upstairs first.
Enrong blinked.
She was completely confused.
What the hell is going on?
After Enro went upstairs and returned to her room, she heard the sound of a fight downstairs.
At the same time, on the battlefield, Su Jiang and the others had already arrived at the ruined city. Chapter 96, Nicholas Lifu. In the ruined city, in a dilapidated house.
Su Jiang stood by the window on the second floor, holding a telescope in his hand, observing the situation in the distance. Wow, there are quite a few people. Through the telescope, Su Jiang saw dozens of Fong family members setting up camp in the abandoned square in the center. Several large tents have been set up around them, and in the center, a campfire is burning, illuminating this small area. I don't see Fong Qingye or Rose.
Su Jiang frowned. Are they in the tent?
Su Jiang, why don't we just leave?
Li Kai squatted by the side, still not giving up hope. Hiding in the tent, we can't make a move, so let's go back and discuss it for a long time.
Upon hearing this, Su Jiang sighed lightly and looked back at Wang Kai in Hua Chang's arms.
Let Wang Kai go and check the situation?
No. Even if he knew which tent Fong Qingye and Rose were in, he couldn't shoot them.
Unless the system gives him an X-ray. We have to find a way to get them out.
Seeing that Su Jiang ignored him and was still thinking to himself, Li was desperate and painfully held his head.
Well, he didn't listen to a word I said. This kid is now completely focused on fighting.
He still remembered that the first time he met Su Jiang, the boy was not like this.
What went wrong that led to Su Jiang becoming the way he is now? Li couldn't figure it out. Your Majesty, I have an idea.
At this moment, Hua Chang raised his hand and said weakly. Before Su Jiang could say anything, Li Kai looked at Hua Chang in disbelief.
You're not a buddy? You're still offering advice?
What Hua Chang thought was simple. He knew he couldn't resist Su Jiang anyway, so he might as well try his best to get the job done.
If he succeeds, he won't have to die. Oh? What's the plan? Su Jiang looked at Hua Chang with interest. I'm just offering a little suggestion.
Hua Chang said cautiously, we don't have to beat people up, do we?
For example?
Can we try to get rid of their backup resources? When he said this, Su Jiang's eyes lit up, and Li Kai's forehead was covered in despair.
That's right.
Su Jiang said excitedly, if we can't beat them, we can blow up their resources. And this will definitely lure Fong Qingye and Rose out, and then I will shoot them both. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he clapped his hands. It's settled.
Big brother, they have people guarding their stuff. How can you blow it up? Li Kai asked. The old way. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and said, have you forgotten?
The countryside. He pointed to the ground.
Factory.
He pointed to the tent in the distance.
The rat.
He pointed at Wang Kai.
Li Kai's eyes twitched.
He felt that these three words would be forever engraved in his DNA and could never be erased.
Hua Chang was stunned and didn't understand what Su Jiang was talking about. It's too abstract.
You are worthy of being Li Kai's brother. You can understand what the king is saying even though it is so abstract. Hua Chang took the opportunity to praise Li Kai's skills.
Shut up. Li Kai's face was black.
If you had experienced that outrageous night, you would understand too. Li Kai took a deep breath, looked around, and said, but we don't have any explosives here either. Su Jiang heard this and laughed, took off his backpack, and unzipped it.
Li Kai and Hua Qing looked over.
Holy shit! Li Kai exclaimed, and saw that Su Jiang's backpack was full of explosives. It was nothing but explosives. Li Kai and Hua Cheng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Su Jiang in fear.
This son of a bitch, just carrying a bunch of explosives like this, and walking with us all the way? If an accident happened and a bullet hit Su Jiang's backpack, the consequences, the two of them simply couldn't bear to think about it. Hua Cheng suddenly looked at Wang Kai in his arms and admired him. He remembered that Su Jiang had put the squirrel in his backpack and brought it along. In other words, Wang Kai had been in the backpack with this pile of explosives for several hours? Are you an expert in explosives? Li Kaiqing said in a low voice, you're not afraid of being killed by the explosives? You're saying that you don't trust your own explosives? Su Jiang said in surprise. I don't understand why you are so at ease, Li Kai thought to himself. Su Jiang's mouth was wide open, and he had just taken out the explosives when he suddenly froze. He looked at Wang Kai. Then he looked at the dynamite in his hand. Then he compared them. Fuck! Su Jiang slapped his thigh. He had made a mistake. Wang Kai couldn't carry so much dynamite on his back. What? It's my fault? Wang Kai nibbled on a chestnut, looking confused. What should I do? Su Jiang looked at Li Kai, a little confused. The previous time the factory was blown up, it was a group of rat brothers who helped. But now there is only one squirrel here, and it is obviously unable to move so much dynamite. How the hell do I know what to do? Li Kai angrily asked, you're asking me this kind of question? Su Jiang blinked and asked Wang Kai, do you have any relatives or friends here? Zizi? Wang Kai was confused. Do you want to hear what you're asking? Or did you have a squirrel that you used to date that lives on this island? Wang Kai stopped talking. He now felt that Fuchi was right. This human has a brain disease. Should I, or should I not, let Wang Kai run a few more times? Hua Qing suggested it, but was quickly hit on the head by a chestnut thrown by Wang Kai. Squeak, squeak. Wang Kai kept barking at Hua Qing. Hua Qing didn't understand, but Su Jiang did. He was cursing very loudly. When he said this, even Li couldn't help but take a look at him and scolded. You should have learned the human language version instead of the People's Education Press version during your 9 years of compulsory education. Can you really say something like that? With so much dynamite, if you let it run back and forth, it won't be finished until dawn. And squirrels also have the right to rest. Are you here to be ordered around? Forget it, Su Jiang. Give up. Li Kai was still trying to persuade him, we've come to this point. We don't have any other options. Don't worry, I still have a plan. Su Jiang reached out and interrupted. How many more tricks can you pull? Li Kai was tired and looked out the window, his face showing no trace of hope. Life is not easy, Li Kai sighed. You guys stay here, don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Su Jiang ran downstairs without waiting for a response from the two of them. The two of them and the mouse were stunned in place, and Li Kai had an ominous premonition. 2 hours later, Su Jiang returned and appeared in front of the two of them. Li Kai and Hua Qing's mouths opened slightly, and they looked at the big guy in Su Jiang's arms and fell into endless silence. Hey, let me introduce you to my new friend. Su Jiang lifted the little raccoon up and said happily, his name is Nicholas Lafferty. Ki? How are you? The raccoon waved its paws and said hello to Li Kai and Hua Qing. Chapter 97 Li, we can't beat them, retreat. Li Kai looked at the little raccoon in front of him, and only one thought ran through his mind. It's a pity that Su Jiang doesn't run a zoo. Here, you'll carry this bag on your back, run over there, drop it, and then run away. Su Jiang took the bag full of explosives, put it on the raccoon's back, and asked lovingly, is it heavy? If it is, I can lighten it for you. Chirp, chirp, chirp. No problem. The little raccoon, with the explosive bag on his back, made a human gesture of an OK sign to Su Jiang. Hua Qing was stunned by the scene. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, animals were not allowed to become spirits, right? What's going on? Wang Kai had already been released by Su Jiang to investigate. Once he found the tent where the Fong family stored their food, the little raccoon, Leifu, went into action. He's carrying a bomb on his back. Li Kai looked at the raccoon and frowned. No, with his size, the Fong family would be able to spot him if they weren't blind. Don't worry, only Su Jiang said calmly, Leifu will drop the explosives and run away later. The Fong family will definitely come up to check the contents of the bag. As soon as they get close, I'll fire a bullet and take them away in one wave.
After a while, Wang Kai returned quietly and told Su Jiang the location of the tent where the Fong family stored their food. This greedy squirrel even brought back 2 bananas. One for himself and one for Laifu. Thank you. Laifu took the banana from Wang Kai and ate it without even peeling it. Okay, then let's get started. Su Jiang clapped his hands and pointed to the distance. See it? The third tent from the left, counting from the left, is your target. GG. No problem. Laifu jumped, strapped the explosive charge to his back, and headed straight for the Fong family tent. Su Jiang looked at the back of Laifu and secretly wiped away tears. I'm going to cry myself to death. I've only known him for less than 2 hours, and he's already willing to take such a dangerous action for me. Come on, Laifu, I'll treat you to a feast when we get back. Su Jiang muttered to herself. Li Kai and Hua Qing were sitting on the side, teasing Wang Kai. They no longer tried to persuade Su Jiang. At this point, there was no turning back. And they were completely useless in this operation. Su Jiang took care of everything himself. Li Kai looked at the Fong family in the distance and couldn't help but feel sympathy. This is the second time the Fong family has been bombed by Su Jiang, right? The same method, the same technique. The party that was bombed was still the Fong family, and the source of everything was still Su Jiang. Li Kai sighed. He now believed in fate. Su Jiang was probably born to defeat the Fong family. Well, he also defeated himself. Su Jiang set up a sniper rifle on the windowsill, held his breath, and looked through the scope at the trajectory of Laifu's movements. After a long time, Laifu finally arrived at the Fong family camp. Hey, what's this raccoon doing here? It's true, it's carrying such a big bag. Is it one of ours? It looks cute. Let's catch it and pet it. Hey, why is he running towards the granary? Rafferty straightened up slightly and looked around. Then, to the surprise of the Fong family, it ran to the entrance of the tent where the food was kept, quickly dropped its backpack, found a direction with few people, and quickly left, as if it were escaping for its life. Everyone was stunned to see the raccoon flee. For a moment, they didn't know whether to chase the raccoon or check the backpack. What is this? One of the Fong family members stepped forward to check the contents of the backpack. However, just as he reached out to touch the backpack, a gunshot was heard in the distance. Bang! A bullet pierced the air, coming from afar and hitting the backpack with pinpoint accuracy. A burst of dazzling light suddenly blossomed in everyone's eyes, and before they could react, a loud roar sounded. Boom! The explosives were detonated. The surrounding Fong family members, along with the tent where the food was stored, were engulfed in flames. Shit! It's dynamite! Put out the fire. Rescue supplies. It's full of food. Get in there and save as much as you can. Go find a water source, quickly. For a moment, everyone was in a flurry. Fong Qingye and Rose were in a tent, discussing their next plan. The sound of the explosion and the shouts of the Fong family made the two of them freeze for a moment, and they immediately stood up and walked outside the tent to see what was going on. Fong Qingye reached out and was about to lift the tent. A Fong family member saw this and shouted. Don't come out, there are snipers. Bang! Fong Qingye was stunned by the sound, and a bullet came flying, grazing his nose and causing a burning pain. If it weren't for the Fong family member's warning, which caused Fong Qingye to pause for a moment, the bullet would have hit his temple. For a moment, Fong Qingye was sweating profusely. He had just narrowly escaped death. TSK, it missed? Su Jiang was standing in front of the window on the second floor, and he let out a soft sigh, just about to pull the trigger and fire a second shot. However, Rose had just seen the trajectory of the bullet clearly behind Fong Qingye, and deduced the direction of the shot. Back off, Rose said, while pulling Fong Qingye back into the tent. Then, she also took out a sniper rifle, rolled out of the tent, and in the blink of an eye, she set up the sniper rifle and aimed it at Su Jiang. She didn't even look through the scope, but just decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Splat! The window next to Su Jiang was instantly shattered by the bullet, which passed by Li Kai's head. Bang! Su Jiang did not move at all, and fired a shot as well, but in the haste, the trajectory of the shot was slightly off due to the impact of Rose's shot. The target of this shot was still Fong Qingye. He didn't have time to re-aim at Rose, so he had to calculate and deduce Fong Qingye's approximate location in the tent at the moment. After firing the shot, Su Jiang didn't even look to see if the bullet had hit and immediately ducked sideways. The moment he turned around, a bullet landed exactly where he had just been standing. It was Rose again. With only the second shot, he was able to accurately locate Su Jiang's position. After looking at the bullet marks on the windowsill, Su Jiang swallowed and shouted, "Oldly, we can't win, retreat." He called out to the still shocked Li Kai and Hua Qing, and they ran downstairs first, quickly evacuating. Damn! There's a hang! Su Jiang didn't expect that the woman named Rose was actually so fierce. The first shot was a blind shot without looking through the scope. It almost killed Li Kai, although there was a bit of luck involved. The second shot would have killed him if Su Jiang hadn't reacted quickly and hidden in the first place. 15th on the mercenary list, so terrifying. At this moment, Su Jiang realized the value of this title. You can't mess with him. You're a bastard, Su Jiang. Li Kai roared as he ran, I told you not to come. When the bullet just flew over his head, he almost peed his pants. I didn't know she was that strong. Su Jiang, carrying a sniper rifle, ran at the front of the group, never looking back. He said, besides, we didn't come away empty-handed. At least we cut off their food supply. Hey, guys, stop chatting. Hua Qing's eyes were nearly popping out of his head with fear. He hugged Wang Kai and looked back. He saw a large group of Fong family members heading towards them. This explosion has made them the most conspicuous targets. Chapter 98, You like sniping, don't you? Half an hour ago, in another direction from the ruined city. And Shao, are we really not looking for the tree? What the hell, with that old man's personality, I doubt if there is a tree or not. And Mingjie whispered an expletive and then said, the most urgent task now is to find that idiot Su Jiang. Otherwise, he might do something unpredictable. The few people in the ruins of the city walked carefully and moved extremely slowly. The place is almost completely occupied by the Fong family. If they are discovered, it will surely lead to a fight. And Shao, are you sure that Li Kai and the others will come here? A member of the Yin family asked doubtfully. Yes. And Mingjie nodded, very sure, since Su Jiang said he was coming, it would be useless even if Li Kai knelt down and begged him. I don't think Brother Kai would stoop so low. Anyway, our goal is to find Su Jiang, tie him up before he does anything big, and throw him to the edge of the island. Isn't that a bit too cruel? It would be cruel to me if he stayed here. And Mingjie said calmly. As they approached the central square where Fong Qingye was, and Mingjie was certain that he would arrive before Su Jiang. Because he happened to be near the edge of the ruined city. We'll wait here for him. And Mingjie's eyes were serious as he ordered, when you see Su Jiang, don't give him a chance to speak. Take him down first, tie him up, and throw him off the island. The Yin family nodded, but they didn't quite agree. A Su Jiang is just one person. How much of a commotion can he make? And Shao was a little bit emotional. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard in the distance, and several people immediately turned their attention to it. I remember that place. Isn't that the Fong family's base camp? One of them said with a twitching mouth. What's going on? The Fong family's base camp has been bombed? A civil war? Or an accident? And Mingjie frowned, looking at the distant fire, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Just as he was about to open his mouth and say something, a familiar voice came from the corner in front of him. Oldly, you better run faster, the Fong family is catching up. I'm a fucking wounded man, how can I run fast? Two big brothers, stop chatting, I can't run anymore. Chirp, chirp, chirp. And Mingjie swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his body trembled slightly. No, it can't be. No, it can't be. Su Jiang and the others shouldn't have arrived before us. It must be my imagination. Soon, the figures of Su Jiang and the others appeared around the corner, all running desperately. Because they were afraid of Rose's sniper rifle, their escape route was all twisted and turned, turning at every corner. Hey, and Mingjie? Su Jiang saw the figure in front of him and froze. And Mingjie also froze in place, his eyes wide and his teeth clenched. Su Jiang. What the hell did you do this time? And Mingjie was in a state of collapse. Li Kai followed behind Su Jiang, covering his stomach and panting, "Olden, there's no time to explain, just run." After that, he ran past Mingjie. And Mingjie froze for a moment, then started to run after him. He still hadn't figured out what had happened. And Shao. Hua Cheng hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, it's Su Shao. He blew up all the Fong family's food resources, and now everyone in the Fong family is hunting him down." On hearing this, Mingjie did not hesitate for a moment. He took a few of his men and headed in another direction, speeding away. They parted ways. The few people who had just questioned Su Jiang now dared not even fart, and just ran with their heads down. At the same time, they also truly realized Su Jiang. This guy really can't be left to his own devices. And Shao? Hua Qing shouted, not understanding why he ran in that direction. And Mingjie took a moment to look back and glared at Hua Qing, "Don't fucking call me, you guys run your own way. Follow your Mr. Su and run as far away as possible. Don't come near me, I haven't lived enough yet." After that, Mingjie ignored Hua Cheng and ran away. This was the fastest he had ever run since he had arrived on the island. There was no way around it. This was not a two-man pursuit. It was a collective pursuit by the Fong family, and even included the ruthless Rose. When Mingjie thought about this, his head swelled. I shouldn't have come. He regretted it deeply. If he had known, he would have let Su Jiang fend for himself. Let him jump around. Now that's great. The entire Fong family's attention has been drawn to him. And Mingjie suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. The Fong family's attention is now on Su Jian? And Rose is also after Su Jian? Shit. What a great opportunity. And Mingjie turned his head and said to the person next to him, "Quick, use the walkie-talkie to notify the other teams to come to the City of Ruins. Let's take this opportunity to make a comeback. Take down the Fong family's base camp." And Mingjie's smile could barely be contained. This is going to be big. As for Su Jian? It's fine. He believes Su Jiang can hold out. Your Majesty, Li Kai and I can't keep up. Hua Cheng panted, and the speed of him and Li Kai had slowed down. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang turned around while running and asked in confusion, "Why are you two following me? They are only after me. Why don't you two just run in a different direction?" Li Kai heard this and swallowed the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. "I'm just afraid that you won't be able to handle it alone, so I thought the more people, the more help." Forget it, let him fend for himself. After the three of them ran into the dense forest, Li Kai changed direction as soon as possible. After handing Wang Kai to Su Jiang, Hua Qing followed Li Kai and fled in silence. "Hey, you guys!" Su Jiang widened his eyes and just ran away without a word? Without even a word of thanks? At least say something nice, like wishing yourself to survive? Damn it! Su Jiang cursed under his breath, looked behind him, and saw that the Fong family and Rose had already chased them out of the forest. You like to chase, don't you? Su Jiang gritted his teeth, jumped onto a tree trunk, set up a sniper rifle, and took aim. Bang! A bullet was fired, hitting the forehead of the Fong family member in the front row, who fell to the ground instantly, spilling blood. This shot made the hunting team pause, and they all looked at the forest with surprise and uncertainty. Shit! Sniper! Rose frowned and immediately fired a shot in the direction of Su Jiang's position. She then hid under a tree, her eyes solemn. Missed? Rose was a little confused. The next second, another bullet shot out from the forest, taking the life of a Fong family member. Rose once again seized the opportunity and fired at the source of the bullet's trajectory. Bang! Another empty shot. Missed again? Rose frowned. In the forest, Su Jiang leaned against a tree trunk, a smile curling the corner of his mouth. You like sniping, don't you? I may not be as good at sniping as you are. But you can't have a stupid scoring system, can you? Chapter 99, It All Fits. Bang! 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 In the darkness of the night, Su Jiang and Rose continued to shoot. Every time Su Jiang fired a shot, he took the life of a Fong family member without exception. And every time Rose aimed at Su Jiang, her gun went off. Damn! Rose cursed in her heart, knowing why this was happening. Line of sight. For Su Jiang, who was in the dark forest at night, Rose was unable to aim accurately. On the one hand, there was no light, and the dense forest was pitch black, so Rose was no different from a blind sniper. Another reason is that Su Jiang quickly moved sideways every time he fired a shot, without waiting for the bullet to hit the target. Rose shouted at the Fong family members holding flashlights. "You guys, turn off your flashlights, quickly. Now they are undoubtedly live targets in Su Jiang's eyes." Bang! Another Fong family member fell to the ground with a gunshot. At this point, everyone understood the situation and quickly turned off their flashlights and sought cover. Rose hid behind a tree, frowning. This was not going to work. "We need to send someone in." Just as she was about to ask them to send in reinforcements, the gunshot rang out again. Bang! Ugh! A Fong family member who had not yet found cover was taken away by a shot. "How is that possible?" Rose exclaimed. In the pitch-black environment, how could the sniper maintain such a high level of shooting? Who is the opponent? Could it be one of the top 10 assassins on the hit list? Rose was at a loss for a moment. In the dense forest, Su Jiang looked at the bullets in his hands with some distress. There are 5 left. At this moment, he regretted not having packed a few extra bullets in his backpack before setting off. Now there are not enough bullets. Su Jiang turned his head and looked at the pursuing troops in the distance. Because of the effects of his extraordinary body, Su Jiang's eyes have been strengthened, and now he has reached the level of night vision. Damn it, if I had unlimited bullets, I could have killed them all by myself today. Su Jiang felt a bit remorseful. 5 bullets, enough to shoot a fart. Now, he can only slip away. Otherwise, when the bullets are gone, he will really be a commander without a subordinate. Before they could recover, Su Jiang put away his sniper rifle, jumped nimbly to the ground, and ran deep into the forest without looking back. Outside, the hunting team waited for a long time, but they didn't hear any gunshots. Rose suddenly realized that the other side must be out of bullets. "You guys, go in and search." Rose pointed at a Fong family member and said decisively. The man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stepped out from behind the tree. Sure enough, no gunshots were fired. "Turn on the flashlight and chase him. He doesn't have any bullets, so he won't shoot," Rose said again. "If it's pitch black, there's a good chance you won't be able to catch up with him." Although she didn't know why, Rose was sure that the other person must be able to move normally in the dark. It is very likely that he is wearing a night vision device. As soon as she said this, everyone's flashlights were turned on, illuminating a small area of the dense forest. Rose followed them closely. The feeling that Su Jiang gave her was not good. If she didn't catch Su Jiang today, she might not be able to sleep well. The pursuit continued. In the dense forest, Shui Zhuang was slightly tired, touching the trees with his hands and walking slowly in the dark. Marred, that bastard sniper. Shui Zhuang gritted his teeth, because of those 3 shots, he had been standing behind the tree, waiting until nightfall before he dared to test again. It was only after this test that he realized that Su Jiang had already left. He had stood there like a fool for a long time. Moreover, he had come out during the day and had only planned to patrol for a while before returning to base camp. So he didn't bring any lighting equipment at all. Now he had to move forward in the dark. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead, and Shui Zhuang immediately became alert. Who is there? In that direction, Su Jiang heard Shui Zhuang's voice and froze in place. In the dark, Shui Zhuang could not see Su Jiang clearly from a distance. But Su Jiang could clearly see Shui Zhuang's face, and he twitched his mouth. Not a buddy? You're still here? You didn't really stay under that tree until nightfall, did you? Hurry, he can't have gone far. He heard the sound of the pursuers behind him, and Su Jiang turned around and faintly saw a glimmer of light. He looked behind him. And looked at Shui village not far away. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Su Jiang raised his hands above his head and slowly walked towards Shui Zhuang, shouting, "Captain, don't shoot. I'm one of you." Hearing the other side call him captain, Shui Zhuang's expression relaxed, but then, because of Su Jiang's words, his nerves tightened again. "Captain, the people from An's family are hunting me down. You'd better find cover and hide. The An family killed us with a counterattack and are now gathering a large number of people to search for us in the dense forest.
Shui Zhuang's eyes widened as he looked behind Su Jiang. Dozens of flashlights shone over, and because Su Jiang was standing in the backlight, Shui Zhuang couldn't see his face clearly. Someone saw Su Jiang's figure and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The shot was not very good, it missed. However, this shot also convinced Shui Zhuang of Su Jiang's words. And yeah, they really counterattacked. Get down!
Shui Zhuang shouted at Su Jiang, then raised his rifle and fired several shots at the Fong family members as Su Jiang was lying on the ground.
Bang bang bang! Ambush! Take cover! As soon as Shui Zhuang fired these shots, the Fong family members immediately thought that reinforcements had arrived.
Captain, be careful, they have a sniper, he's very strong. Su Jiang crawled forward while loudly reminding Shui Zhuang. Shui Zhuang, upon hearing this, suddenly looked up and clenched his fists. A sniper, very strong? Or is it from the Yin family, and is it hostile to me? Everything fits. The sniper who made him stand in the sun must be in the front row. At this moment, all of Shui Zhuang's old and new grudges welled up in his heart. I was worried that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. Shui Zhuang's eyes darkened, as if he had seen his old enemy. He stuck his head out and fired several more shots. Bang bang bang! Bang! One bullet hit the tree where he was hiding. It was only a few centimeters away from his face. Shui Zhuang was so shocked by this shot that he broke into a cold sweat and quickly hid back. At the same time, he was more and more convinced. This marksmanship is absolutely correct. It was the sharpshooter from the day before. In his mind, the only person with such marksmanship was the sharpshooter from the day before, except for Rose. But would Rose shoot at herself? Obviously not. There is no reason for that. Therefore, the person on the other side must be the sniper. It all fits. It can't be wrong. Chapter 100, A Raccoon as a Courier? In the dense forest, Shui Zhuang was completely helpless in the face of the firepower of the hunting team. Even though he is the captain of Wei Tian's troops, don't forget that there is also a Rose on the other side. Shui Zhuang can only fire a few shots, change position, fire a few more shots, and then change position again. It's not completely useless, but it's not very effective, Su Jiang thought to himself. Captain, where's your walkie-talkie? Call the guys over here. Su Jiang hid in a corner not far away and asked knowingly. Shui Zhuang's face turned red when he heard this. Right, the walkie-talkie, I accidentally lost it. He was too embarrassed to say that it was destroyed by a sharpshooter, otherwise he would have been punished for standing there for hours. He is a team leader after all, and he has to save face. Su Jiang heard that he was not telling the truth and smiled to himself, but his tone was still heroic. Captain, we can't hold them back. You go first, I'll cover your retreat. Although he said that, Su Jiang still stood in the same place, not the slightest intention of breaking the rear. He didn't even pretend to fire a few shots. No, we're leaving together. Shui Zhuang said firmly, although he didn't know which one of his teammates it was, but since he called himself the captain, it must be one of his teammates. He, Shui Zhuang, would never let his teammates retreat while he escaped. Seeing this, Su Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted, Captain, then hold on, I'll go get my brothers to come and support you. Okay. What? Shui Zhuang was a little confused. He turned his head and saw that the other party had actually run away. Captain, 3 minutes, hold on for 3 minutes, I will definitely come back with my brothers. Su Jiang did not forget to turn around and yell to calm Shui Zhuang's emotions. 3 minutes? Shui Zhuang looked at the group of people in the distance, then looked at the only grenade he had left at his waist. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Su Jiang, 3 minutes, I will definitely help you fight for 3 minutes. I must bring my brothers here and kill the Yin family's bastards. Su Jiang did not reply, but ran away with his head down. He heard Shui Zhuang's words and responded in his heart. I'll bring you a piece of shit. You just hang in there, I'm going to slip away first. With Shui Zhuang's help, Su Jiang's psychological pressure suddenly decreased a lot. Not long after he had run away, Su Jiang heard a roar behind him. He stopped and looked back. Good boy. Su Jiang let out a sigh, a little moved. I never thought that Shui Zhuang would go so far as to use a grenade for me. I'm crying to death. Zzzz. Su Jiang, do you hear me? Are you alive?
The walkie-talkie rang, and in Mingjie's voice came through to Su Jiang. Su Jiang was running away, and he took out the walkie-talkie and complained, "How many times have I told you to use your code name when you're on the move? How am I supposed to know what your code name is? Call me the king of cold noodles, or the king will do." Okay, how is it going on your side?" Su Jiang heard this and looked back. The gunfire had gradually subsided. "Well, how should I put it? I met a kind person on the way and he helped me escape." "Huh?" And Mingjie was surprised. At this juncture, how could someone dare to help you? Is he crazy? But since Su Jiang has escaped, it is undoubtedly a good thing. "Listen, we've gathered our forces and are going to take down the Fong family's base camp. So, you hold that woman Rose back. You're a bastard," and Mingjie. Su Jiang directly scolded, "What do you think I am? I just got out, and now you want me to go back and find that woman? I believe you can do it." "I won't do it. I only have 5 bullets left." "What's the point?" "I guessed that, so I sent you the bullets." "What the hell? What did you send?" Before Su Jiang could finish his sentence, a rustling sound could be heard from a distance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. "Found it." Ruffles had popped out of the grass, his nose wagging as if he was sniffing. When it saw Su Jiang, it waved its little paw excitedly. Then, in Su Jiang's dazed gaze, it ran up to Su Jiang and dropped its backpack. "GG. This is for you." Raph pointed to the backpack and shouted. Su Jiang silently opened the backpack, and inside was a pile of sniper bullets and a small amount of explosives. "What do you think? Did Laifu deliver it to you?" On the walkie-talkie, and Mingjie's voice came again, "I just happened to run into the little guy, and Li told me that it was your friend. I figured you must be short of ammunition, so I tentatively asked if it could help with a delivery. I didn't expect that little guy to be so understanding. He skillfully picked up the bag and went to find you." Su Jiang was silent. At this moment, he suddenly understood Li Kai a little. Was this how he felt when he saw me talking to the mouse? A fucking raccoon delivering a package. How come you and Mingjie have a system too? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little raccoon excitedly gestured to Su Jiang, saying that Mingjie had given it a lot of delicious food. Pop. Su Jiang gave a crack to Laifu, "And with some broken fruit, you were bought off?" Looking at the ammunition in his backpack, Su Jiang let out a sigh. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "It's a deal. I'll only stop Rose." "No problem, stopping her is enough. You guys have to be quick. Don't worry, we'll come to your aid as soon as possible." Su Jiang hung up the walkie-talkie, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. If Mingjie and the others are slow, he might have to kill Rose. A backpack full of bullets, enough for Su Jiang to squander. "Put it on your back and follow me." Su Jiang asked Laifu to continue carrying the bag. After all, he was facing Rose, and carrying the bag would affect his movements. He simply treated Laifu as a tool bear, as Su Jiang's mobile ammunition depot. Meanwhile, the hunting party was on the other side. Rose's eyes were cold as she looked at Shuizhuang and said, "Explain." Shuizhuang knelt on the ground, his face flushed, head bowed, and his fists clenched tightly. His grenade had almost eliminated 1/5 of the strength of the hunting team. After he ran out of bullets and was captured, he realized that he had been fighting his own people all along. That bastard. Shuizhuang cursed in his heart. He now understood that he had been used as a pawn. The guy who called himself the captain was the real enemy. It's ridiculous that I actually treated him as a teammate and helped him hold the rear. Shuizhuang was about to explain. Bang! Rose shot without hesitation, piercing Shuizhuang's arm. Shuizhuang screamed in pain and stared at Rose with his eyes wide open. "I didn't kill you because I wanted Wei Xiao to deal with you personally." Rose said coldly, "Because of you, that person escaped." Shuizhuang heard this and covered his arm tightly, saying in a low voice, I know." Rose looked at him deeply and turned around to leave. "Let's go." Chasing Su Jiang now was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Shuizhuang took a deep breath and stood up shakily. Before he could fully straighten up, the familiar sound of gunfire rang out again. Bang! A bullet pierced Shuizhuang's back of the head.
Shuizhuang fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He was completely lifeless. Rose turned her head and looked in the direction from which the bullet had come. Is he crazy? How dare he come back to kill? Chapter 101, Bet that his gun is not loaded. Inside Fong Qingye's tent at the Fong family's base camp. Fong Qingye's face was covered in sweat, his teeth clenched, as he let the medical staff remove the bullet. Before Su Jiang left, the bullet he fired blindly into the tent hit Fong Qingye in the lower back. Fortunately, the bullet did not penetrate deeply because the location was relatively off. Bang! It's done! The medical staff took out the bullet and threw it on a tray. Then, he quickly wrapped a bandage around Fong Qingye to stop the wound. Phew! Fong Qingye gasped for breath. At his age, he almost died. At this time, someone opened the tent and ran in and said, "Master, after an inventory, we have very little food resources left." Ha! How much food do we have left? Fong Qingye said in a low voice. If we calculate on the basis of minimum consumption, it will last less than 2 days. When he heard that it would only last for 2 days, Fong Qingye almost couldn't catch his breath. He clenched his fists and glared with bloodshot eyes. Have you found out who did it? The man shook his head. We suspect it was the Yin family. Bullshit! Fong Qingye shouted. How could he and Mingjie be capable of this? You saw it too. That person not only detonated the explosives, but also almost killed me through the tent under Rose's sniper fire. And the only sniper in the Yin family is Li. Are you saying that Li Kai did all this? The man was silent after hearing this. The Fong and Yin families have been fighting for so many years, and everyone knows it. Li Kai doesn't have that kind of ability. Master, it's bad. Another person rushed in, anxiously saying, and Mingjie is gathering the Yin family and is coming this way. What? Fong Qingye stood up, ignoring his wound on his back, and said with gritted teeth, everyone, prepare for battle. He didn't expect in Mingjie to be so decisive. But it makes sense. And Mingjie is the type of person who will never let go of an opportunity once he has seized it. Master, our men have all been sent out to chase the sniper. Use the walkie-talkies to call them back. Yes. In the dense forest, the Fong family members and the pursuit team received the news and quickly withdrew. Rose hid behind a tree and frowned. Where are you going? Our family head has ordered us to go back and support them. Bastards, don't go. The Fong family did not listen to her, but kept backing away, returning to support Fong Qingye. Damn it! Rose cursed under her breath, but there was nothing she could do. She was not Fong Qingye nor Wei Tian. She couldn't command these people. Soon, the original dozens of troops were reduced to only 8 people, including Rose. The remaining 7 were Wei Tian's personal troops. Shuizhuang was their captain. Now that Shuizhuang is dead, the captain no longer exists. Rose took a deep breath. Now there were only 8 of them, facing the elusive sniper. From a distance, Su Jiang spotted Rose's embarrassing situation through the scope of his rifle. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. TSK, I was told to only deal with Rose. In this case, I've helped in Mingjie hold off 7 people. If I count him as 10,000 yuan, I'll have to ask in Mingjie for 70,000 yuan. If you include in Rose fee, you can get 170,000. Su Jiang's eyes lit up. It really pays to worship the god of wealth. It's only been a few days, and I've already made so much money. Breathing heavily, Su Jiang stared at the 8 people. If any of them dared to move, he would immediately send them a bullet express. Familiar people, familiar scenes. The difference is that this time, the people who were punished were 8. You guys, listen to my instructions. Rose told the others, we're both snipers, and I know how terrifying the other side is. If you want to kill the other person, someone must make a sacrifice. Rose then took a deep breath, bent down, and looked at one of the 7 people, the first person she saw. The man understood what Rose meant, closed his eyes in despair, and then gently poked his head out. Bang! Su Jiang was sent away with 1 shot. Rose seized the opportunity and immediately sprinted in the direction of Su Jiang, covering a long distance in a short time. During the run, she was even able to shoot at Su Jiang. Unfortunately, her aim was off and she missed Su Jiang, but it wasn't much of a miss. Damn! Su Jiang exclaimed and quickly moved position. Rose had already hidden behind a tree by this time. The distance between the two sides had been greatly reduced.
This woman wants to get close? Su Jiang frowned. This is a sniper shot. But now she wants to play close combat?
She even used her teammate as bait to get herself shot, creating a gap.
TSK, that's ruthless. Su Jiang sighed, lamenting the cold-bloodedness of Rose.
Not far away, Rose turned around and waved her hand again.
Another person appeared, running towards Su Jiang, firing his gun and charging forward.
He's a member of the death squad.
Shit.
Su Jiang cursed under his breath, and without hesitation, turned his head and fired another shot.
Bang! Another person was taken away. There was no choice.
Even though he knew that Rose had deliberately let him shoot, Su Jiang had no choice but to shoot. Otherwise, the member of the death squad would have to shoot himself in the face.
The gap between the two of them was also narrowed by this shot.
What's more, Su Jiang discovered that as the distance shortened, Rose's shooting became more and more accurate. After Su Jiang fired, the time it took to move to a new position became shorter and shorter.
Rose took a deep breath.
There was another very important reason why she was doing this. That is, she was betting that Su Jiang's gun was empty.
During the chase, Rose had already predicted that Su Jiang would have very few bullets left. There are 8 of them, and the number of bullets in Su Jiang's gun definitely won't exceed that number.
What's more, he had already wasted a bullet on Shui Zhuang. A hint of sharpness flashed in Rose's eyes. In her opinion, there were only.
At most, there are only 5. And she still has 5 people to use.
After sacrificing another person, Rose moved forward a little further.
This position is enough.
He should have 4 bullets left, at most. Rose judged that the distance between the two sides was now such that she could definitely kill the other person with her marksmanship. Taking out her walkie-talkie, she ordered the remaining 4 to move in together.
Bang bang bang. The remaining 4 Suicide Squad members all emerged from behind the tree at the same time and kept shooting.
Rose leaned against the tree, her eyes cold and indifferent, silently counting the number of bullets left in Su Jiang's gun.
Bang!
1 man fell to the ground.
3. Bang!
There are only 2 members of the death squad left.
2. Bang! 1 person left. There is only 1 bullet left. Bang!
The last member of the Suicide Squad falls to the ground and dies.
Now!
A flash of light in Rose's eyes, she raised her sniper rifle and quickly peeked out from behind the tree. With a cold smile, he aimed at the front.
The game is over.
However, before she could steady herself, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Rose's eyes widened, and her index finger, which was about to pull the trigger, seemed to freeze, and she did not shoot. Less than 2 meters in front of her, Su Jiang was holding a pistol and aiming at her forehead.
Hey, after all that time, we finally meet? Su Jiang
greeted her with a bright smile, as if they had just seen each other after a long time.
How is that possible? Rose's mouth trembled. She didn't understand. When did Su Jiang get so close? Chapter 102 I demand a urine test. Are you stupid? Shocked? Don't understand, right?
Su Jiang smiled, looking at Rose, who was stunned in place, with a crazy smile on her lips. No wonder the protagonists in novels like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers.
This feeling of being a show-off is really addictive. Why?
Rose put down her sniper rifle. It was pointless to struggle now. Before she could pull the trigger, Su Jiang would shoot her first.
Hey, guess what? Su Jiang snickered. You have helpers. Did someone else just shoot?
Rose guessed, and she believed her ears. The sound of the shots was clearly from a sniper rifle in the distance, and there was no change at all. So, someone must have been shooting from a distance, and Su Jiang took the opportunity to sneak up on her. However, Su Jiang shook his head when he heard her guess.
No? Rose frowned.
Suddenly, she saw the sniper rifle on Su Jiang's back.
Her pupils shrank. How could this be? How could he still have a sniper rifle? 2 snipers? She guessed again.
No, from beginning to end, it was always just me.
Impossible, I wouldn't have heard it wrong. That gun was clearly. Bang!
The familiar sound of a gunshot cut off Rose's words. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jiang was holding back a laugh, and he reached out and pinched his throat, then let out a sound from his mouth. Bang! Bang bang bang! Is that the sound you heard? Su Jiang teased, since Li Kai taught him the vocal change technique, he would study how to change his voice more interestingly when he was free. And Su Jiang really has a talent for it. He can simply imitate the sound of a sniper rifle and then, depending on the distance, make it sound like the shot was fired from a distance. This is easy for Su Jiang. But Li wouldn't know how to do this because he doesn't have a superhuman body. If he tried to do this, his throat would be unable to withstand the strain. This is a skill that can be said to be Su Jiang's own creation. A self-created skill, voice changing. It's actually ventriloquism. Rose clenched her fists tightly. She never thought that she would lose here. Yes, you want to get close, and I want to as well. Su Jiang smiled and said, but I saw how hard you were running, so I took the initiative to come find you. We're going in both directions, right? It's a two-way rush. Rose's eyes were cold, and behind her, the bodies of the death squad were still lying in a pool of blood. Then you shot at them, why didn't I hear the sound? Well. Su Jiang chuckled, shook his back and exposed the muzzle of the sniper rifle. The silencer made by Yan's family is quite good. Rose looked at it and sighed lightly. Use your mouth to simulate the sound of a sniper rifle to cover up the sound of your rail shot. Impressive. To be honest, I have been on the edge of life and death for so many years, and this is the first time I have encountered this kind of combat method. Who are you? Rose stared at Su Jiang's face. This face was too unfamiliar and too young for her. I have seen all the top 10 mercenaries. I have also seen everyone on the assassination list, except for the number 1, Ghost. Are you, the Ghost? In her opinion, anyone with such marksmanship and strength must be one of the top 10 bosses on the list. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang inadvertently glanced at her hand, which was quietly reaching behind her back. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She didn't say anything, but looked at Rose with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? I don't know what this list or that list is. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll shoot. After saying that, before Su Jiang could pull the trigger, Rose's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and her hand speeded up. She had a grenade hidden on her body. She had been chatting with Su Jiang for so long just to relax his vigilance. Since she was destined to die, she would take Su Jiang with her. Rose quickly grabbed something from behind her waist, stared at it, held it up in front of her, and shouted. Then let's die together. As soon as she finished saying this, she froze. This feels a little off. Puff. Su Jiang couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. You want to take this thing and die with me? Rose looked at the object in her hand in shock. It was chestnuts? Where did this chestnut come from? Where's my grenade? Where did my big grenade go? She looked at Su Jiang and was about to speak. Su Jiang, however, seized the opportunity of her panic and, without hesitation, decisively fired. Bang! A bullet, right in the middle of Rose's forehead. Bang bang bang! Afraid that Rose was not dead, Su Jiang fired a few more shots. Phew! After the job was done, Su Jiang let out a long breath, and it was finally settled. GGG. Mission accomplished. Wang Kai appeared out of nowhere, holding a grenade and claiming credit with Su Jiang. Hey, this is a good thing. Su Jiang took the grenade and put it in his pocket. Rose was stalling for time, and so was Su Jiang. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a fierce enemy, and he was afraid that the other party still had some tricks up their sleeve. So while he was arguing with Rose, he let Wang Kai steal a little. It has to be said that Wang Kai's talent for being a thief is so extraordinary that even Su Jiang finds it hard to believe. He successfully switched the grenade for a chestnut without the other person noticing. He is worthy of being with the mouse family. Su Jiang gave Wang Kai a thumbs up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and receiving the hidden mission reward. Hidden mission rewards are being drawn. Please wait. The system prompt sounded, and Su Jiang's eyebrows rose. Finally, it's here, Tonzi. When I couldn't hear your voice, it was like I had ants crawling all over me, and I was shaking all over. Su Jiang was a little excited.
How long had it been since I had been given a new skill? I've been using the old skills for so long that they're almost worn out. Give me a good one, quick. Please wait. So slow? Su Jiang was a little dissatisfied. Is it because there aren't enough skills, and they're being snatched up by other players?
After waiting for a long time, the system's voice finally sounded again.
Hidden reward draw completed.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a chance to upgrade a skill.
Does the host choose to use the opportunity?
The skill upgrade will randomly combine existing skills to create new and more powerful skills. After the system voice ended, Su Jiang froze in place, not speaking for a long time. After a moment, Su Jiang stared at the fish eyes and shouted in his mind, "System.
I'm here. Tell me honestly, did you not get the new skill, so you are just giving me this as a way to get rid of me? Does the host want to use the opportunity to upgrade skills?" The system avoided answering Su Jiang's question. Then, can I choose the upgraded skills myself?
No, the skill upgrade will randomly combine your existing skills and upgrade them.
Have you already decided what skills you're going to give me? Su Jiang was agitated. What was the difference between this and a shady deal?
He demanded a urine test for the system.
Currently using skill upgrade opportunity. Are you fucking done? The process is not going. Skill upgrade successful. Shady. Shamelessly shady. How can you upgrade so quickly?
Congratulations, the host has upgraded his skills and obtained the special skill, Shadow Stream.
System, you son of a...
Su Jiang's foul language was on the tip of his tongue, but it suddenly stopped.
A special skill? The system is really my good baby, ha ha ha. Su Jiang's face changed in an instant, and he smiled slyly. System, are you barking again? Chapter 103, Special Skill, Shadow Stream.
In the face of Su Jiang's apology, the system ignored it. But Su Jiang didn't care, instead he was excited to study his new skill. Special Skill, Gun Shadow Wind.
This is a combination of fighting mastery and gun mastery, upgraded?
Su Jiang played with the pistol, but it didn't feel any different from before.
Special reminder, the Gun Shadow Wind skill is an active skill that requires the host to actively activate it. Ha? Su Jiang frowned and asked, then this skill won't have a time limit, right?
The skill of Gun Shadow and Wind will consume the host's physical abilities to the maximum extent.
With the current physical fitness of the host, it is recommended that the activation time not exceed 10 minutes, otherwise the consequences will be your own responsibility. No way? Su Jiang complained, my extraordinary body can only last for 10 minutes?
The system was silent again, paying little attention to Su Jiang. Su Jiang sighed, anyway, I've already given you the skill, so it's good enough to use it. So, in order to test the power of the special skill, Su Jiang took the initiative to activate the Gun Shadow Wind state.
Holy cow!
When the state of the Gun Shadow and the Wind is activated, Su Jiang's momentum is like that of a different person. His understanding and use of firearms was incomparable to his normal state. Now, if Su Jiang were to face Rose again, he would be able to kill her with a single shot in the ruined city.
Blind sniping? Su Jiang can do it now.
The most important thing is that the skill of Gun Shadow and Wind perfectly combines mastery of fighting and mastery of firearms.
Can a person really do this?
Su Jiang tried it out and found that in this state, he was able to accurately shoot bullets at targets during high-speed movement and close-quarter combat.
The gun has become a part of my body? Su Jiang could only describe it like this.
He felt that he was now incredibly strong. He could beat up 10 roses.
The shadow of the gun is gone.
In an instant, a feeling of exhaustion swept over his body, and Su Jiang began to sweat and pant slightly.
It took only 3 minutes to use up so much energy? Su Jiang frowned.
He had only activated his skills and tried them out a little, and he already felt so tired. If it were a high-intensity battle, he was afraid that he could only last 10 minutes.
However, Su Jiang was not disappointed.
If the system had a physical body, Su Jiang would now be hugging it and kissing it.
This skill is too powerful. Who else can do this? Su Jiang was confident.
No matter who came, as long as he activated the Shadow Stream. Within 10 minutes, he is invincible.
After 10 minutes, then we'll talk. Right now, he just wants to fight. Zizzizz. hello, 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 and Mingjie is listening. And Mingjie is responding. Su Jiang took out the walkie-talkie and kept calling in Mingjie. After a while, the walkie-talkie picked up in Mingjie's voice. Su Jiang, what's the matter now? Where are you fighting? I'll come and support you. Support? No, just hold off Rose. I've already taken care of Rose. If you solved it, then you. Wait, what did you say? And Mingjie's voice raised a bit, shocked. You solved Rose? You alone? Yes, I did it alone. GGG. You're full of shit. Wang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and cried out. Su Jiang glared at it and said, What are you squeaking about, rat? You're not even human. Laifu is not human either. So, Rose, I killed her myself. Su Jiang, are you sure she's dead? And Mingjie was a little unsure. I'm sure. I even shot her a few more times. After Su Jiang finished speaking, and Mingjie was suddenly silent. After a long time, he said, You, come over here. We are west of the Fong family's base camp. After that, and Mingjie hung up the walkie-talkie, somewhat doubtful about life. Li Kai walked over from a distance, holding binoculars in his hands. He had just been watching the battle situation of the Fong family from afar and had not heard in Mingjie's conversation with Su Jiang. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Li Kai asked in confusion. Just now, Su Jiang contacted me on the walkie-talkie. And Mingjie said in a daze. What, he can't hold out? Li Kai said with a serious expression, Rose is no ordinary person, it's normal for him to be unable to hold out. Should I take a few people to help him? No. And Mingjie shook his head and looked at Li Kai, saying in a single sentence, Su Jiang said that he had taken care of Rose. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Li Kai blinked, reached out and touched in Mingjie's forehead. You're really under a lot of pressure, you're even talking nonsense. And Mingjie didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Li Kai. Don't be silly. How could Su Jiang kill Rose, who was ranked 15th on the mercenary list? And Mingjie still didn't say anything. Li Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was sweating profusely. It can't be, is it true? Do you think Su Jiang would lie to me about something like this? What kind of person is he? Li Kai was devastated. Su Jiang was a skilled fighter, and he understood that. He could shoot a sniper rifle, and he accepted that, after all, it was a matter of talent. Talking to a mouse? This is a bit far-fetched, but Li Kai still convinced himself. But now, Su Jiang killed Rose, who was ranked 15th on the mercenary list. By himself? Li Kai asked in Mingjie. Well, he said he was alone. Do you believe him? You don't believe him? I dare not believe it. Li Kai held his head in his hands and gestured in front of An Mingjie for a long time. He. Li Kai was a bit incoherent, saying, he's not even 20 yet. No matter what you say, it's still a bit unbelievable, isn't it? Li Kai pointed to the Fong family in the distance and said, if this continues, won't he be able to single-handedly defeat the Fong family's combat troops? On hearing this, and Mingjie frowned and said with some uncertainty, shouldn't it be, not that bad? Then he took a deep breath. Forget about Su Jiang. The priority now is to take down the Fong family. Since Rose is dead and Fong Qingye is seriously injured, the situation is basically set. At this point, and Mingjie couldn't help but pause. So, the An family is going to win like this? It's only been a few days. He was prepared to fight a protracted battle with the Fong family for half a month. He hadn't even had a chance to eat a few compressed biscuits, and it was already over? And Mingjie felt a bit dreamy. All he could say was, Su Jiang is truly worthy of his reputation. In that case, let's just get started and take the Fong family down. And Mingjie was about to speak, when he realized that everyone was already in full battle mode. And Xiao! Hua Qing came running over in a panic, as if something terrible had happened. On seeing this, and Mingjie's heart sank. Had there been another accident? What's wrong? No, it's bad. Hua Qing panted, I just met the king. Su Jiang? He came so quickly? And Mingjie hurriedly asked, where is he now? He asked me, where are the Fong family members now? Then what? Did you tell him? Yes. After I told him the location, he went alone to attack the Fong family's combat unit.
Hua Chung cried out in grief. I really couldn't stop him. When he said this,
and Mingjie and Li Kai froze in place.
After a long time, the two of them spoke at the same time. What the fuck did you say?
Chapter 104, don't worry, I wasn't shot. The battlefield between the Fong and In families in the ruined city. The battle between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage.
The sound of gunfire was everywhere, and the In family was fighting with high morale and fighting spirit.
The Fong family, on the other hand, is gradually becoming a desperate resistance. With Rose gone and Fong Qingye seriously injured. This is a major blow to the morale of the Fong family. The In family even had time to say a few words. Brothers, keep up the good work. The Fong family can't hold out much longer. Bro, I'm out of bullets. Cover me while I go back to get some. Shit, you've taken bullets so many times, how come you're using a Gatling gun? Stop fucking talking, I've been shot, the paramedics need to help me.
The paramedics who were treating the wounded turned around and yelled.
Fuck you and your bandages. Everyone is charging forward like they don't care about their lives. How can I save them? He really couldn't stand it.
For an hour, he had been bandaging himself. His hands were so tired that he could barely wrap the bandages.
In the back, the resentment of the Anjia medical staff could feed several evil swordsmen. A bunch of idiots, what kind of strength do they have?
He went up to get shot twice and then came back to get bandaged.
After getting bandaged, he ran up to get shot twice again. It's like he's never been in a war. What are you laughing at? I'm talking about you. You're coming down for the second time, right? If you can live, live. If you can't, forget it. I'm not going to treat you.
And you, put the gun down here and go get 2 boxes of bandages before you go and get yourself killed. While treating the wounded, they cursed and their hands and mouths never stopped moving. As for the Fong family, basically, no one who was carried out was ever seen again.
Well, most of them must have died.
From a distance, Su Jiang quickly arrived at the battlefield based on the location provided by Hua Chang.
Wow, it was a complete massacre.
Su Jiang had never imagined how crazy the In family, who usually acted as entertainers, could be on the battlefield.
It was almost a suicidal style of play. No wonder the Fong and Lin families are afraid to face In Mingjie head-on. Su Jiang shook his head in admiration. It was too fierce.
Almost every In family member he saw had thick bandages wrapped around them. The more bandages, the more fierce the battle. It made Su Jiang begin to suspect that the bandages were laced with stimulants.
Ugh! A scream attracted Su Jiang's attention.
An In family member had been shot and fell to the ground. Then, a second bullet was about to hit him. This bullet hit, and there was no way he could survive. Without hesitation, Su Jiang directly activated the shadow flow state, and his eyes were fixed on the bullet.
Bang! The trigger was pulled and the bullet flew out of Su Jiang's pistol. Clang!
The hit bullet. It changed its original trajectory and the bullet landed on the side of the In family member.
Su Xiao. Brother Su. Awesome. This shot made many In family members notice Su Jiang's arrival.
Some even witnessed the shot that Su Jiang fired and couldn't believe their eyes.
Su Jiang nodded lightly and said indifferently, "Cover me."
The shadow of the gun is fleeting, and time is precious, so there is no time to explain. He was about to start acting like a big shot. After saying that, Su Jiang rushed towards the Fong family's troops like a gust of wind.
Holy shit, is this the speed a human can run? Don't just stand there, cover me with firepower. Get your act together. If anything happens to Brother Su, the young lady won't let us off the hook. Wait, I'll take a picture first. Su Xiao looks so handsome now.
I'll sell it back to the young lady at a high price.
Fuck, sell it and split the money, or else the brothers will report you for not fighting seriously.
In the state of shadow and wind, Su Jiang's speed and dynamic vision have been greatly improved. Although he is not yet able to dodge bullets, he can still avoid most of them.
Moreover, in this kind of unpredictable movement, the Fong family simply cannot aim accurately.
Feng's family was also stunned when they suddenly saw Su Jiang rushing towards them.
Who is this? So brave? Who gave him the courage to attack our entire unit alone? For a moment, most of the firepower was diverted to Su Jiang. Who is he? Shoot. Attack him first.
I can't hit him, he's moving too fast.
Grenade. Use the grenade.
The man immediately took out a grenade. Just as he pulled the pin and raised it, a bullet arrived as promised, and it exploded in an instant.
Boom. The grenade exploded, and the Fong family's battle formation was immediately thrown into chaos. What happened? Why did the grenade explode? It was that guy. He just fired a gun.
Someone pointed at Su Jiang Dao.
Bullshit. At that speed, how could he have fired a gun? And he hit the grenade with pinpoint accuracy. Do you think he's a Rose? Even Miss Rose couldn't do that. But in any case, Su Jiang is now the center of attention for the entire Fong family. The In family, seeing Su Jiang's actions, were also like people on amphetamines. They didn't even take cover, they just stood up and started shooting. Although they didn't know why Su Jiang was so awesome. But, they will cover for Su Jiang and let him continue to be awesome. Let's do it, brothers. Victory is within reach. Follow the pace of Mr. Su. You go ahead, I'll go back and get some bullets. You motherfucker. Out of bullets again? Didn't you just go back to get some? The distance between Su Jiang and the Fong family troops was getting closer and closer. During this time, he kept shooting and took several people with him. With a frown, Su Jiang suddenly changed direction, found a shelter, and took a breath. Phew. Su Jiang grit his teeth and looked at the wounds on his body caused by the bullets that had grazed him. I was overconfident. As soon as the shadow of the gun appeared, he immediately started shooting without thinking. As it turned out, the shadow of the gun was not omnipotent. The bullets were so dense, he really didn't dodge a few of them. If he wasn't so lucky, wearing a bulletproof vest, and if he hadn't adjusted his position in time, the bullets would have grazed him. He would have been a sieve by now. Shit, he's been shot in the waist and in the leg. The pain made Su Jiang gasp, but fortunately, he had an extraordinary body, which made his resistance and recovery abilities different from those of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have fainted from the pain. He is most afraid of pain. Su Jiang secretly slapped himself in the face, and vowed never to act like a fool again. It's not funny at all. Su Xiao, are you okay? The In family was worried when they saw Su Jiang suddenly hiding. Could something have happened? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang quickly replied loudly, I'm fine. I'm just tired and taking a break. Su Xiao, you weren't shot, were you? Su Jiang glanced at the part of his body that had been shot and said with a brave face, Don't worry, I wasn't shot. Their poor marksmanship couldn't hit me at all. He chose to do it, no matter how hard or tiring it was. Otherwise, how can he survive in Anji in the future? Upon hearing this, the In family members praised him from the bottom of their hearts. Su Xiao is awesome. Chapter 105, Brotherly is just a younger brother. Hiss. After returning the words of the In family, Su Jiang kept gasping for breath. The state of being in a trance was immediately lifted, and he had to take a break. Otherwise, it's really a bit unbearable. Brothers, Su Xiao is fine, everyone keep going. Follow Su's pace. Su Jiang? He looked back and saw that the people were numb. He saw the In family members, who were like desperate people, not looking for cover. They picked up their guns and stood up to fight. The medical staff didn't hide in the rear, but followed the team, cursing and swearing. Once someone fell, they immediately dragged them away. No way. Su Jiang froze and shouted, Don't rush so hard. Let's rest for a while and defend ourselves. At this rate, won't they be here soon? By then, it will be a fact that they have been shot, and they will be exposed. An In family member heard Su Jiang's words and immediately shouted excitedly. Brothers, Mr. Su is asking us to fight. What are we waiting for? Attack. Trust Su Xiao and you will live forever. And Mingjia has to step aside. Brothers, record it. The usual, 20,000. What? Not 200? The consequences will be different. If this gets back to Anzir's, you'll be in for it. Chop. Su Jiang, I'm also going to do it. Are you guys out of your minds? I'm talking about defense. Not a fucking gamble.
If you don't want them, just sell them at the market for 2 yuan a pound.
Before Su Jiang could think of what to do, and Mingjie and Li Kaishan arrived late. As for Hua Chang,
he had no energy left. Since meeting Su Jiang, he had been running all the time and was now lying down in the family camp to rest.
As soon as Mingjie and Li Kai arrived, they were stunned.
And Mingjie opened his mouth wide and his brain suddenly froze.
How did the situation turn out like this? Li Kai, I remember I gave the order to let them fight a tug-of-war? And Mingjie mumbled.
I remember, it should be more or less like, yes.
Li Kai replied without blinking an eye. Then, the two of them quietly watched the Yin family's reckless play and fell into endless silence. Is this a tug-of-war? Who plays tug-of-war like this? The Fong family was now completely helpless. Shit, are the Yin family on drugs? They can't hold out any longer. Their firepower is too strong, and they don't care about casualties. I'm really shocked. Who fights without defending themselves? Stop it. You didn't see the paramedics joining in? That's ridiculous. Who has paramedics shooting and bandaging at the same time? Shut up. A loud shout rang out, and Fong Chengye arrived on the battlefield with a gloomy look on his face.
At this point, even though he was injured, he had to step forward and take command of the situation.
Who knew that he would almost faint from anger as soon as he came out? He was completely overwhelmed.
It was like a grandpa beating up his grandson.
Don't be fucking stupid. Reform the formation and aim for their medical staff.
They're not afraid to die, so he shouldn't be either. If anyone dares to be a coward, I'll shoot him first. I have to say that Fong Chengye's words did have some effect. Under Fong Chengye's command, the Fong family's combat troops gradually regained their rhythm. The pace of the Yin family's advance gradually slowed down, and the pressure increased sharply.
And Mingjie frowned at the sight.
The Fong family has regained their rhythm.
Let them come back and defend first.
Li Kai, upon hearing this, was about to go up and yell at them to come back.
At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Su Jiang was moving again.
Seeing that the Yin family was about to be able to see him, Su Jiang panicked. He gritted his teeth and once again activated the shadow stream of the gun and rushed out again.
Shua! The monster is back. How could this be? Is he really invincible? Shoot, shoot.
As soon as Su Jiang came out, the Fong family's regained rhythm was instantly disrupted. There was nothing they could do. Su Jiang had caused them too much shock and pressure. Who could resist shooting at such a fierce man charging at them? Fong Chengye was also dumbfounded.
Who is this? Su Jiang moved too fast, and Fong Chengye couldn't even see his figure, let alone his face. Bang! 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 Su Jiang moved while shooting, and each bullet took away a person without a single mistake.
If it weren't for the large number of people in front of Fong Chengye, Su Jiang would have ended the battle with one shot. The Yin family, who were struggling to move, cheered again when they saw this.
Hooray! Charge again!
On the battlefield, there was gunfire everywhere, and the sound of the Yin family's conversation.
Ha! It's so refreshing.
I've been with Yin Xiao for so long, but I've never felt this good.
Don't say anything else, Su Xiao is awesome.
I used to think that Brotherly was pretty awesome, but now it seems like he's just a little brother. I'd say it's our Missy who has the discerning eye and chose such a husband. Behind them, Li Kai and Mingjie stopped for a moment. Their faces were terrible. These ungrateful bastards.
And Mingjie clenched his teeth and clenched his fists.
In the past, you all said that Yin Xiao was awesome. Before, everyone praised themselves for their brilliant strategies and invincible victories.
Now that there is only Su Jiang, you don't lick yourselves anymore?
Li Kai's face was also black and terrible. Seeing Su Jiang's appearance and his outrageous playstyle, Li Kai originally wanted to praise him a little. Now, he doesn't even want to say a word.
He just wants to beat someone up.
I think they must be itching for a fight. Li Kai suggested with a blank expression, after we go back, we should fix this family's behavior.
Yes, I think so too. And Mingjie nodded, but they were still too lenient with them.
But with Su Jiang's appearance, he didn't have to ask them to leave.
Everyone, attack. And Mingjie shouted, "Now is the opportunity to take down the Fong family in one fell swoop." When everyone heard in Mingjie's voice, they took a moment to look back and suddenly broke into a sweat. Shit! Why aren't Xiao and Li Kai go behind? When did they arrive? Did I say something wrong just now? Look at your father. On the battlefield, why did you look back? Is this what I taught you? Li Kai shouted with his eyes wide open, then rushed forward with his gun. I'll see which son of a bitch dares to turn back. Stand up straight and fight. Especially you just said that I'm not as good as Su Jiang? Open your eyes wide and watch me. My marksmanship is so good that Su Jiang can't even come close to it. After that, Li Kai also demonstrated his high-speed movement in shooting. Bang! 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 He fired several shots, without exception, all of them were empty. Li Kai's mouth twitched. Is it that difficult? He thought it was easy to do what Su Jiang did, and figured he could hit a few targets with this thing. In the end, not only did he miss the target, he didn't even know where the bullets went. What? Brother Kai, shall I go back and get you some more bullets? A fearless and family member said, you're wasting bullets by shooting like that. When everyone heard this, they all gave him a thumbs up. Warrior! You have spoken our minds. Rest in peace, we will remember you. Chapter 106, Trust in Su Xiao, and you will live forever. Li Kai heard this and his face turned red, a little embarrassed. He said stubbornly, it's normal that I can't hit the target. I'm a sniper, this thing is not a professional match. He held up the rifle in his hand to show. You probably don't understand the difference between a rifle and a sniper rifle. Li Kai, you're the worst. And Mingjie interrupted Li Kai from the back, glaring and yelling. You're giving a lecture? Cough cough cough. Li Kai shrunk his neck, closed his mouth, and glared at the infamily member. I'll deal with you later. And Mingjie is on the verge of an explosion, so don't provoke him. At the front, Su Jiang was about to carry the whole team. He was flying solo. But this is only temporary. The time of the shadow of the gun is almost up, and Su Jiang's current strength has declined somewhat. Hearing Li Kai's voice, Su Jiang took a moment to look back, and his eyes lit up. He quickly found a cover and turned around to yell at Li Kai. Old Li, catch my sniper rifle. He then threw Li Kai's sniper rifle with all his might. The sniper rifle drew a perfect parabola in the air and landed right in front of Li Kai. Li Kai froze in place, staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar sniper rifle in front of him. The first thought in his mind was, it's a pity that Su Jiang doesn't play basketball. With 1,000 emotions, Li Kai picked up the sniper rifle and almost burst into tears. Since Su Jiang came, his sniper rifle has become Su Jiang's exclusive use. He didn't even get a chance to touch it. Old Li, I'll give you a chance to aim at Fong Qingye. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Li Kai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately found a suitable position and set up his sniper rifle. With this shot, he would re-establish his identity as the leader of the gang. Absolutely, no mistakes. Through the scope, Li found Fong Qingye. Then, he shed a few drops of sweat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn, it seems a bit far away. This fucking range is over 1,000 meters, right? Li was a little panicked. With his strength, the range would be at most around 1,000 meters. Above 1,000 meters, bullets are terrifyingly unpredictable. He now regretted picking up the gun. Su Jiang, however, didn't care about Li Kai. In his opinion, Li Kai should be able to handle the distance with ease. But he forgot that he was measuring it by his own standards. Even without the shadow of a gun, just by virtue of his proficiency with firearms, Su Jiang's effective range far exceeded 1,000 meters. So Su Jiang thought that this distance was simple for Li Kai. Looking at Fong Qingye, who was surrounded in the distance, Su Jiang took a deep breath. Then, he took out the grenade he had stolen from Rose from his pocket. This was a big surprise. On the grenade, there was a bullet mark, although it was very shallow, but it was obviously almost hit by a bullet. Fortunately, he was lucky, otherwise it would have exploded right there. Su Jiang patted his chest, a little scared. Then, he deliberately looked at Li Kai and gave him a gesture. Let's get moving. Immediately, Su Jiang once again activated the shadow-flowing wind state and rushed out again. While attracting attention, at the moment when no one noticed, Su Jiang threw the grenade high into the air.
The point of impact was the area centered on Fong Qingye.
He didn't pull the pin. He didn't need to. Su Jiang has always had only one way to detonate explosives. That is bullets.
Su Jiang stared at the grenade, and when it landed in the right place, he decisively fired.
Bang! The bullet pierced the air and hit the grenade with pinpoint accuracy. Boom!
The sudden explosion caught the Fong family off guard. The people surrounding Fong Qingye were all knocked to the ground by the explosion of the grenade, and several of them died on the spot.
Fong
Qingye was also hit by shrapnel from the grenade and was covered in blood.
Now! Su Jiang shouted, and Li did not hesitate.
He took a deep breath, aimed at the fallen Fong Qingye, and decisively fired.
Bang! This shot ended the battle.
The bullet flew straight towards Fong Qingye from a distance of more than a kilometer.
Su Jiang looked at the trajectory of the bullet and thought to himself, this is not good. It's off.
Old Li is such a bad shot that he can miss at this distance? However, just as Su Jiang thought the bullet was going to miss, Fong Qingye suddenly bit his teeth and moved a little bit with difficulty. He thought he was going to be hit by the sniper, so he was trying his best to avoid it. Little did he know that his movement had just allowed the bullet to hit his forehead.
Pop! The bullet pierced Fong Qingye's forehead.
He opened his eyes wide, as if he didn't want to believe that he was going to die like this. Then, his consciousness gradually became blurred, Fong Qingye's eyes went black, and he fell to the ground, completely out of breath. Li Kai saw this and swung his fist hard.
He got it.
Then, he stood up and immediately found the family who had just mocked him.
Li Kai said excitedly. You see, I was the one who shot Fong Qingye. Didn't I tell you that sniper rifles are my specialty? That kid Su Jiang, could he have fired that shot? I am the Terminator of the battlefield. The man looked away and said perfunctorily, yes, Brother Kai is awesome. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll go first. I have to go and support them over there.
After saying that, he turned and left, leaving only an aloof back to Li Kai.
That's it? Li Kai was stunned.
He felt that he was no longer the respected and Jia Yaij they had admired.
Su Shao is awesome. Believe in Su Shao, and you will live forever.
If it weren't for Su Shao's sacrifice, would Li Kai have had the opportunity to shoot? After all, the reason we won today's battle is because of Mr. Su. The family no longer calls him Brother Kai, they just call him Li Kai. I don't know if Shao will stop calling him that. After Fong Qingye died, the Fong family members, without exception, surrendered.
The head of the family is dead, so why should they keep fighting? What, you mean for the family's honor? Don't be ridiculous. How much is that thing worth?
I have to say that Fong Qingye has supported the Fong family for so many years. But he lost the most important soul of a family.
And Mingjie smiled at this sight. Kill all those who surrender. Bang bang bang. After a few gunshots, the Fong family was completely wiped out.
And Mingjie shook his head slightly.
Surrender? What kind of international joke is this? This is an isolated battlefield. There is no such thing as surrender. There is only one way to get out, and that is to kill all the enemies.
After the last member of the Tufeng family fell to the ground, and Mingjie commanded everyone to begin rescuing the wounded.
Looking around, and Mingjie was a little puzzled. Where are the people of Suzhong? Chapter 107, The Most Vicious Curse. Su Shao, you have to bear with it. Sigh. It'll be over soon. Ouch. It hurts. In an unknown corner, a nurse from the hospital was helping Su Jiang remove the bullet.
Su Jiang had long since lost his dashing image, screaming in pain and tears streaming down his face. There were a lot of people outside just now, so even though he was in pain, he gritted his teeth and endured it in order to look cool. Now that there are no people around, he let out a loud cry.
It hurts so much.
Su Jiang's eyes were teary, and he looked at the bullets that had been removed, sobbing quietly.
The pain of removing the bullets is completely different from the pain of being shot. Actually, if you are afraid of pain, Mr. Su, you can have an anesthetic.
The medical staff said awkwardly.
What?
Su Jiang was stunned, then shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?
You suddenly dragged me here, and I didn't bring any anesthetic."
The medical staff said, "And I saw how brave you were just now, so who knew you were so afraid of pain?"
All I can say is that the contrast is too great.
At this point, Su Jiang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he reached out and grabbed the paramedic's shoulder. He leaned forward slightly and whispered in the nurse's ear.
Today's incident, you just pretended never happened, understand?
What do you mean, Mr. Su?
I wasn't shot, you didn't treat me, and I'm not afraid of pain, understand? The paramedic's mouth twitched as he looked at the dense bandages on Su Jiang's body. You call that not being shot? Who would believe that? If you tell anyone. Su Jiangyin smiled and said, I promise you, you will be in my and Anru's little book for the rest of your life. The medical staff looked at Su Jiang in horror. Demon, this is the whisper of a demon. This is the most vicious curse he has ever heard. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said in a panic, I know. Very good. Su Jiang was very satisfied with his performance. Go back and find me a bigger shirt, otherwise it won't cover all the bandages. Yes, sir. The medical staff straightened their backs and became even more respectful of Su Jiang's attitude. He then ran back to the camp, silent the whole way. No matter how the Yin family greeted him, he kept his head down and didn't answer. He found a coat and continued to run back to Su Jiang with his head down. Swish. Su Jiang put on his black coat and nodded with satisfaction. Well, you did a good job. Then, I'm going to trouble you to say a few good words for me with the young lady. The paramedic smiled flatteringly. It's nothing. Su Jiang waved his hand and the two returned to the camp. Coincidentally, they met Yang Ming, who was talking to An Mingjie with the people from the inspectorate. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and quickly hid. He is still the psychological counselor of the Bureau of Investigation. If he is seen by the people from the Bureau of Investigation, he will be exposed. Su Jiang, don't hide. Come out. Yang Ming had noticed Su Jiang a long time ago, but he was still hiding, so he sighed helplessly. Do you really think that the people from the Bureau of Investigation are all idiots? They made such a big fuss on the island, and the details have long been uncovered by the people of the inspectorate. Of course, the fact that he is the king of cold noodles has not been exposed yet. The people from the inspectorate only know that Su Jiang has a connection with the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked a little embarrassed and stuck his head out, saying, Huh? He walked out and greeted the few people from the inspectorate. Well, it's been a long time, everyone. Su Jiang also saw Lu Zhang in the crowd and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, big guy, you're here too? Lu Zhang's mouth twitched. Su Jiang was quite an impression on him. His legs still ached. I never thought that Dr. Su was actually a member of the Yin family. Lu Zhang said with a blank expression. Hey, don't slander me. Su Jiang tilted his head and pointed at Lu Zhang. I just had a relationship with An Mingjie's sister, so I don't count as a member of the Yin family. Upon hearing this, An Mingjie glared at Su Jiang with clenched teeth. He remembered that in the past, Su Jiang always called him Ngu very politely. Now he's always calling me An Mingjie this and An Mingjie that. He has no manners at all. Humph. Lu Zhang snorted and said nothing more. If it weren't for Director Zhang's arrangement, he would have already had a fight with Su Jiang. Of course, he would definitely not be able to win. Of course, the few people from the inspectorate naturally saw the scene of Su Jiang killing his way through the Fong family's troops. All they could say was that he was fierce and inhuman. Shifan, that's it. We'll talk about the details when we get back. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he took the people from the inspectorate and cleaned up the battlefield. As he passed Su Jiang, Yang Ming paused and whispered in Su Jiang's ear, Director Jiang wants you to go back and see him. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows. What did Jiang want now? After all the hard work on my end, what is he up to? No, absolutely not. Su Jiang made up his mind to go home and take Ro home to spend some time together. After all the fighting and killing, how can I be comfortable with my girlfriend? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, the Jiangdu disturbance. Random special reward drawing. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. We're saying, don't go through the process, just give it to me. I already know what skills I want for myself, but I still have to randomly draw them from you. Reward draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, the Contract of Immortality. Ha! Su Jiang's mouth opened slightly. Is the skill this time so powerful?
The contract of immortality sounds awesome. With this skill, I won't die anymore? Su Jiang asked the system in his mind. The contract of immortality can help the host avoid death once. Avoid death? What does that mean? It means you have 2 lives. The system is helpless. How can I explain it to you so hard? Is that it? Su Jiang was a little dissatisfied. He thought it was some kind of skill that would make him immortal. If he really could live forever, then he would still have a chance to open the heavens with a single sword. Practice sword fighting every day for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, he will be born and open the sky with a single sword. Su Jiang had imagined it almost, but in the end it was just an extra life? Forget it, I'll take it. Su Jiang reluctantly accepted this skill. At this point, Mingjie came over, looked up and down at Su Jiang's coat, and raised his eyebrows and said, "How many shots did you get?" Su Jiang was shocked. How could Mingjie tell? What shot? I was just too cold. Well, it doesn't seem like it's too serious. And Mingjie nodded, seeing that Su Jiang was being stubborn, and he didn't expose him. As long as he was fine. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain to Enro. Take a break. When it gets light, we'll go back to Jiangdu. After Mingjie finished speaking, he continued to make arrangements for the end. Su Jiang let out a sigh, looked at the sky that was gradually turning white in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. Gee, before I knew it, it's been almost 2 days since we left Jiangdu. It's outrageous. It's only been 2 days since we came to the island, and the Fong family has already been wiped out.